This page is the cover of SEGA Saturn magazine from August-September 1996, Volume 13. It's promoting a summer lineup of new games for the SEGA Saturn, with a tagline about Summer's New Masterpiece Rush and the debut of Fighting Vipers and Pepsi Man. The cover prominently features nights from the upcoming game Nights into Dreams. Headline news is the big reveal of Virtua Fighter 3 screenshots. The magazine is also covering a range of other titles including Fighting Vipers, Virtua Cop 2, Virtua Fighter Kids, Enemy Zero, Fatal Fury Real Bout, Langrisser 2i, and Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 1, Blue Destiny. It also mentions software updates on games like Classmates If and Sakura Wars, Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian, Dark Savior, and Legend of Ogre Battle. The article touches on the fighting game scene with mentions of Tokimeki Memorial and Night Warriors No. 1, which is about Nights into Dreams. There's also a SEGA Saturn complete guide being featured, Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You, Saturn Bomberman, Fatal Fury 3, and Time Space Detective DD Lorelei of Illusions. At the bottom, it teases a special project called This Summer Saturn is Burning? 2 Big Talks, featuring discussions with Yu Suzuki from AM2, Noriki Funamizu from Capcom, Hideki Okamura from Sega, Masato Fujiwara from Hudson, Masayuki Maeda, and Akira Kano. It seems to be a feature discussing the state of the Saturn during that summer period, with insights from key developers. This page showcases Greatest 996 for the SEGA Saturn, highlighting it as a brand new baseball game experience. The advert emphasizes the realistic elements, mentioning that real players with accurate stats are featured, with a huge roster of 32 players per team. It also boasts the recreation of famous Japanese baseball stadiums, like Fukuoka Dome and Jingu Stadium, and realistic weather conditions, including rain, cold weather, and even fog. The game is touted to offer in-depth gameplay, with a keyword system for team creation and management, allowing players to build their dream teams and develop players' skills in real time based on performance. The advert suggests players will feel like real baseball team managers. The price of the game is listed at 5,800 yen. There are also screenshots showing gameplay and in-game menus. This page is dedicated to Decathlete on the SEGA Saturn, billing it as the ultimate track and field sports game experience. The advert highlights that this is the definitive version of track and field games, packed with 10 different events, including the 100-meter sprint, long jump, shot put, and high jump, promising super realistic and engaging gameplay. It emphasizes the simple controls and timing-based mechanics that make it easy to pick up for two-player versus matches. For single players, the game offers the challenge of beating world records and competing against athletes from 8 different countries. The ad boasts impressive 3D graphics and camera angles, alongside replay features and foul judging, all presented in a realistic manner. It urges players to master these tough sports and aim to become the king of the track and field world. Below the main image, there are small screenshots showcasing in-game action, including running, basketball free throws, and track events, giving a glimpse of the gameplay. At the bottom, it shows the SEGA Saturn console and controller with a suggested retail price of 20,000 yen, while the game itself is priced at 5,800 yen. This page announces the arrival of Saturn Bond, which is definitely Saturn Bomberman, emphasizing it's finally here. It boasts wide mode for a more expansive play area and highlights the return of Miso Bond. The page focuses on competitive play, asking who is the true powerhouse, and promoting league battles to decide the champion. Battle mode is said to be even more exciting, with constantly appearing new items. Winners can obtain items via the Bomber Catcher, with some amazing prizes, including the appearance of Pomra, a Godzilla-like character. The advert also promotes 10-player simultaneous battles as a significant power-up. It mentions the game is currently on sale at a suggested retail price of 6,800 yen. Screenshots show in-game action, a league ranking table, the Bomberman Catcher featuring Bomberman characters and Pomra, and also highlights the Devil Bond and combination or fusion features. This page showcases the 10 playable characters in Saturn Bomberman, expanding on the 10-player battle feature. It introduces each character with a portrait and a short description. We have Honey, described as a popular Hudson heroine who's eager for a battle. Then there's Kotetsu, Honey's apprentice. A bit arrogant but skilled, of course. White Bomberman and Black Bomberman are here, with White Bomberman being balanced and Black Bomberman focusing on bomb power but sacrificing speed. We also see Caveman, who fights in a wild style and is hard to read, and Kabuki Juro, described with a flamboyant fighting style and an amazing dance. Jurkon is from the Heavenly Boy series, Kotetsu's younger sister, and loves collecting items. Her older sister, Princess, also from the Heavenly Boy series, is waiting for love. Milon, from Fantasy World, makes an appearance, known for his speedy movements and sword attacks. Lastly, there's Hagi Arashi Kyumaru from the Heavenly Boy series, who is patient and waits for the right moment to strike in battle. The page highlights that each character has their own unique playstyle. Below the character introductions, there's a large title promoting Simple Battle Mode for playing. There are also adverts for Saturn Bomberman branded accessories, like a joy card and a multi-tap, to enhance the multiplayer experience. Finally, there's a mention of Tokyo Game Show 96 and a Hyper Fun Club, with a giveaway of Saturn Bomberman merchandise. This page is an advertisement from SEGA, directed at skilled gamers, specifically targeting those who think they are unbeatable in Tokyo. It poses a challenge. Won't you battle? The ad copy continues, stating, "One me who already has no enemies in Osaka," suggesting a challenger from Osaka who has already conquered that region and is looking for new opponents in Tokyo. The image features a young woman with a confident gaze, holding a blue sports bag, which might subtly hint at taking on challenges and traveling to compete. It's a bold and competitive advertisement, likely for a SEGA Saturn game, playing on regional rivalries and the thrill of victory in gaming. The SEGA Saturn modem ushered in online gaming on the 32-bit console, enabling nationwide battles through X-Band and access to the SEGA Saturn network. Virtua Fighter Remix was the first communication battle game, with Daytona USA Remix, Cyberbots, and Sega Rally Championship planned. The network, accessible via a modem, offered quick access, similar to PC communication, and facilitated player communication through email and the Nifty Serve network. Released July 27 for 14,800 yen. The modem package included the modem, Virtua Fighter Remix, and more. Separate accessories like a floppy disk drive, keyboard, and media cards were also available. Nifty Serve required separate fees, and X-Band needed a compatible media card. The console itself was priced at 20,000 yen. This page is an advertisement showcasing the SEGA Enterprise's office and work environment. It's a photo of a typical 90s office cubicle setup with older computer equipment, including a Silicon Graphics Inbrady workstation, which was common for game development at the time. One of the monitors displays CSDATA library, possibly a SEGA internal software or asset library. The main text talks about the dedication and passion of SEGA developers, mentioning working late nights, grabbing meals from convenience stores, and pouring their hearts into creating games. It emphasizes the exciting environment where you can unleash your creativity and skills to make games that people love. It poses questions like, what is beyond this? And what are you aiming for? Suggesting that SEGA is a place for ambitious and driven individuals. At the bottom, there's a recruitment ad for SEGA Enterprises, looking for planners, designers, programmers, and sound designers for SEGA Saturn game development. They are seeking experienced individuals for roles in planning, development, and related fields. It also lists working hours, location in Tokyo, and contact details for applications. Overall, the page gives a glimpse into the SEGA development atmosphere of the time, highlighting it as a place of hard work, passion, and creativity in the pursuit of making exciting video games. This page showcases two games. First up is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn golf title, Tournament Leader. It boasts easy controls for great shots, various game modes including tournaments and team matches, multiple camera angles, and a replay function to relive those super shots. Screenshots show in-game play and menu screens. It's set to release on August 23rd for 5,800 yen and features commentary from announcers like Morishita Keisuke and Ushita Yuko, associated with TV Asahi. Below that is an advert for Mahjong Amusement Squad, Lively Edition, a mahjong game with a story mode set in various locations and featuring anime-style characters. It's running a 1 million yen prize big battle campaign. You can win prizes based on points collected. Prizes range from a signed color illustration by the character designer, limited to 40 winners, game music CD, 160 winners, a special video featuring unseen clips, 800 winners, to a Mahjong Amusement Squad original telephone card, 1,000 winners. There's also a mention of a treasure hunt, connected to the world of Dibon no Kuni, hinting at in-game secrets or Easter eggs. This page dives into upcoming Sega Saturn titles and features. At the top, it mentions a special issue coming on July 5th. First up is Deep Water, described as a serial game. This one is a step up in system performance, boasting real movie footage. It's a playing movie game, PMG, that focuses on realistic sound effects and stars Hiroko Nakayama, promising thrills and suspense. Next we have Layer Section, part of the Sega Saturn Masterpiece Collection. It's highlighted as a well-known and incredibly popular shooting game amongst Saturn fans. This time they're picking up this top-tier shooter. This is likely referring to the game Rayforce internationally. The page also showcases screenshots on a TV screen. We see Deep Water with live action footage, Layer Section showing its SHMUP action, and a menu screen for Nights into Dreams, titled Nights World. The Nights into Dreams menu shows options like Opening, Nights, Clarice, Elliot, Creators, Nightopia, and Nightmare. Moving on, there's Pepito Boy's Great Adventure 2, another serial game. This one is described as a simple, fun, and comedic 3D puzzle game, marking its second installment in the magazine. It jokes that readers were so hooked on the first part they lost sleep. Lastly, there's an information section about Sega Saturn software, specifically highlighting Nights into Dreams. This corner will cover movies and music related to Saturn games. This time, it's a special feature on Nights into Dreams, an eagerly awaited new game scheduled for release in July. This page announces the contents of GW News. They're showcasing a variety of features available in their GameWare Disc Volume 2, which is currently on sale. First up is Legend of Sarah Part 1, a serial game that's a digital comic version of Virtua Fighter, perfect for both hardcore fans and newcomers to the Virtua Fighter world. Next is Interactive Advertising, which includes 2 games, Telecom Town 2, a proper shooting game sponsored by Nippon Telecom, and Cinderella Cruising, a car action game promoting Mitsubishi Motors. They've also got a digital gallery, where users can submit their digital artwork, regardless of skill level. In the information section, they are featuring music in 21st Century of Music, which explores upcoming music trends, and movies with Gamera 2, previewing the movie Gamera 2 before its public release. Lastly, under Shopping, they mention goods related to Neon Genesis Evangelion, and various camera goods that are hard to find elsewhere. The GameWare Volume 2 disc is currently available for 1,980 yen, and they're already teasing Volume 3, scheduled for release on October 5th. It seems GameWare is positioned as a magazine on Curdrum, offering a variety of game-related content. This page showcases the Victor V Saturn RGJX2 console, highlighting it as a sleek and smart evolution of the Sega Saturn. It's advertised as a complete compatible machine for Sega Saturn games. The page is heavily promoting a game called Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange, a twin-operator compatible game. It mentions that this upgraded version is highly anticipated and features 5 popular Gravure Queen idols as assistants. These women are pictured at the bottom, and it seems their likenesses or images are integrated into the game somehow, possibly as in-game characters or promotional material. The game is described as a driving title, where you aim for drift racing and compete for the King of Drifting title. It also mentions that the course settings and atmosphere are similar to the previous Wangan Dead Heat game. The advert encourages viewers to pursue clear images of these idols within the game. The price of the game is listed as 6,800 yen for a 2-disc set. This page continues to promote the Victor V Saturn as the ultimate console, emphasizing its stylish design and its smart phantom gray color. It highlights the ability to play video crids and photo crids on the system. The main focus of the page is the Twin Operator, an accessory for the V Saturn that allows it to play video crids and photo crids. The page declares this is the twin operator that Saturn fans crave. The game Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange is again featured, and it's mentioned that this game is compatible with the twin operator, suggesting you can enjoy clearer video scenes with this accessory. The text under the game screenshots emphasizes the realistic drift racing in Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange, aiming for victory through skilled drifting. It also mentions the game offers realistic driving sensations, various camera perspectives, and a two-player versus mode for heated battles. The price of the twin operator RGVC2 is listed as 21,000 yen. Overall, this page is pushing the V Saturn and its twin operator as the perfect combo for Saturn fans who want enhanced multimedia capabilities and to fully enjoy games like Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange. This page is a full-page advertisement for Policenauts on the SEGA Saturn, and it's being presented as the final form of the game. Spanning 3 creeds, this version is packed with content. The ad outlines the story, which is set in 2040 old Los Angeles, where you play as a detective tasked with locating Kenzo Kitao. If you get your hands on the first pressing, you'll receive some cool bonuses, including special packaging, a luxurious photo book, a bargain gun decal, and a power memory seal. The game is priced at 6,800 yen before tax and is set to launch on September 13th. They're also running a special lottery, where 100 lucky purchasers will win a Policenauts jumper. The advert also points out the bargain gun mode and emphasizes the game's genre as an interactive detective cinema. This page highlights Konami's lineup for the SEGA Saturn, headlined by the popular Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You dating sim, which is currently on sale and receiving great reviews. They are advertising both a deluxe and special edition of the game, along with an official strategy guide, also currently available. Alongside the dating sim, they are pushing Tokimeki Memorial Taizen Puzzle Dama, a puzzle game featuring the characters from the series, inviting players to battle with puzzle balls. This puzzle title is also advertised as coming soon to the PlayStation on September 27th. But mentions simultaneous release, suggesting it's also out on Saturn. The page also showcases a popular software lineup featuring screenshots from various genres, including Snatcher, a cyberpunk adventure, Gradius Deluxe Pack, a shooting game compilation, Chibi Maruko-chan no Dipinball Sugoroku, a puzzle game, Gokuju Parodius Da, Deluxe Pack, another shooting game, and Tante Jinguji Saburo Fuyu Lion, an adventure game. All of these titles are advertised as currently on sale. Finally, there's a Get the Soft campaign announcement, a scratch card promotion for Konami SEGA Saturn software purchases. Prizes include free Konami Saturn games and Konami goods, and the campaign runs until September 30th, 1996. It's also mentioned that scratch cards from previous campaigns are still valid. This page showcases Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, for the SEGA Saturn. It's highlighted as Episode 5 of the Ogre Battle Saga, with a planned release in September, priced at 5,800 yen. The page features artwork of a dragon and various fantasy characters, hinting at the game's world and style. Interestingly, it also mentions Tactics Ogre, and that a SEGA Saturn version is planned for release this winter, suggesting another title in the series might be coming to the console after Ogre Battle. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn release of Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, and it's being positioned as a proper evolution of the classic strategy RPG. It's not just a straight port. They're emphasizing new content and enhancements for the Saturn. Specifically, it mentions SEGA Saturn exclusive scenarios adding to the game's story. They've also boosted the audio with improved background music and sound effects, and focused on making the game more user-friendly, particularly when navigating menus. The aim is a deeper, more engaging gameplay experience and a more dramatic narrative overall. It's pretty clear they're pitching this as the ultimate Ogre Battle experience on the SEGA Saturn. The next page showcases Winning Post 2 Program 96 for the SEGA Saturn, billing it as the definitive horse racing simulation game. It's been updated to reflect the 1996 racing schedule, including new GI races like the NHK Mile Cup and Shuka Show, and incorporating the latest JRA program information. They highlight its realistic simulation of the horse racing world, emphasizing the thrill of being a horse owner. And they've newly added a popular paper owner game mode. This version is touted as the Ultimate Edition, promising even more excitement for fans. It was released on October 4th for 6,800 yen. Interestingly, the page also mentions Taiku Rishiden 2 as a Recoition game, describing it as a comical take on Hideyoshi's life and success story. You'll be tasked with fulfilling your lord's orders, overcoming rivals, and aiming to unify the land, relying on wisdom, courage, and allies. This one is slated for release in autumn for 7,800 yen. This page showcases Romance of the Three Kingdoms V-Buy, declaring it the newest entry in the Amazing Strategy series, arriving first on the Saturn. The advert emphasizes the grand scale of the game, where you, with countless people and heroes, can change history itself. It highlights the game as a historical simulation set during the turbulent Three Kingdoms period, where players become lords aiming to unify China. It boasts enhanced graphics and powerful sound unique to the Saturn, promising a dramatic human experience. The release date is set for September 27th, priced at 9,800 yen. Also featured is Mahjong Taikai 2 Special, proclaimed as the definitive 4-player Mahjong game, now powered up for the Saturn. It promises greatly improved 3D graphics and the exciting chance to play against famous historical figures like Hideyoshi, Napoleon, and Cleopatra. This one is scheduled for release on October 4th, costing 6,800 yen. This page showcases 7 Secret Mansions, a mystery adventure game from Koei. The page describes it as a suspenseful story, where the protagonist has inherited their grandfather's will, which leads them to investigate a mansion filled with secrets and tricks to find a hidden treasure. It mentions that the mansion is full of puzzles and dangers, and players will need to use items and clever thinking to overcome obstacles and solve the mystery. The page highlights key staff involved in the development, listing names and categories such as original story, scenario, and producer. At the bottom, there's a section advertising other popular Koei titles. These include Angelique Special, described as a romantic simulation game for girls; Sangokushi Ikitsuden, Romance of the Three Kingdoms Heroes of the Ages; a strategy RPG, Air Management 96, a business simulation; and Nobunaga's Ambition Returns, a historical simulation game. Each of these games has its price listed, and the page emphasizes Koei's popular software lineup covering various genres. This page is a full-page advertisement for Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldian, on Sega Saturn. The advert prominently features key artwork with the main characters of the game, including a blonde female warrior, a purple-haired mage, a brown-haired swordsman, and a beast-like character. The tagline reads, "Heavenly Roar! All are those who shoulder the heavens." There are screenshots from the game showcasing battle scenes and dialogue sequences, giving a glimpse into the gameplay. The page also advertises the Sunsoft official fan club Aquarism, and is recruiting members, mentioning benefits like receiving the Sunsoft fan magazine with game information. It also details how to apply for membership, including the cost and address to send applications to. Furthermore, there's information about a limited first edition pre-order bonus, which includes a deluxe CD box and a desktop calendar. It also mentions a double chance to win original telephone cards and Teleca filing cases by answering a questionnaire included with the game. Finally, it promotes an Albert Odyssey Gaiden release commemoration campaign, implying related games or content. The game is advertised for release in summer 1996 and priced at 6,500 yen. This page is an advertisement for the Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Special Box Demon Compendium for Sega Saturn. It highlights that Devil Summoner and Demon Compendium are now available as a set. The advert features artwork of 2 stylish characters, a man in a suit with a sword cane, and a woman in a pinstripe suit holding glasses, alongside 2 quirky demon creatures. It promotes a special edition that includes an 8 cm music CD as a bonus. This special music CD is packed with content, boasting a Devil Summoner sound file with arranged music and even talk tracks from Okada Kaneko. The game is advertised as a Sega Saturn exclusive on Cradrom, consisting of 2 discs and the additional music CD, priced at 7,800 yen before tax, and is slated for release in early August. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game Strikers 1945, a vertical scrolling shooter set during World War II. It boasts smooth gameplay with no loading times and a console original mode. Players can choose from 6 famous warplanes from different nations, utilize option escorts for varied attack formations, and face off against numerous superweapons not historically present in WW2, promising an over-the-top experience. The game is touted as a super hardcore shooting experience and is published by Atlas, priced at 5,800 yen. This page is an advertisement for Java T, featuring the Sega Saturn game Virtua Fighter Kids. It shows chibi versions of Shundai and Jackie Bryant from the game surrounded by cans and bottles of Java tea. The advertisement suggests that if you win at Virtua Fighter Kids, you should celebrate with Java tea. It mentions that Shun has won 10 games and drunk 10 cups of Java tea, while Jackie has won 12 games and drunk 12 cups. There's also a mention of a Java tea 100 wins 100 cups secret technique, hinting at a hidden reward for players who win 100 matches and drink 100 cups of Java tea. The ad is promoting Java tea as the perfect drink for Sega Saturn gamers and Virtua Fighter Kids enthusiasts. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game, The Warem de Pawn. It's a celebrity mahjong game based on the Fuji television show, The Warem de Pawn. The game aims to recreate the excitement of the TV show. It features 10 popular celebrities that players can compete against in mahjong matches, including Akira Kiyomizu, Masaaki Doi, Akiko Asada, Kenji Haga, Shuji Harada, and more. The game boasts an auto-handicap system that adjusts to the player's skill level, offering both casual and serious play. It also has a replay viewing mode to analyze matches. Tagline is, "Mahjong is a celebrity's martial art," encouraging players to challenge these famous personalities and become the strongest mahjong player in the celebrity world. The game was scheduled for release in October and priced at 7,800 yen. The next page showcases Death Crimson for the Sega Saturn, highlighting it as a Virtua Gun-compatible gun shooting game and announcing its debut on August 9th. The page is visually dominated by a large, detailed image of a mechanical, monstrous creature, likely a key enemy or boss from the game. You can also see a couple of screenshots. One shows characters in a town environment, suggesting some exploration or story elements, while the other is focused on the shooting action. The page includes a prologue describing a pandemic called Coot that started in 1995 and spread across Europe, and introduces a protagonist who is fighting to survive this crisis. It also contains a recruitment notice for game creators. The game's price is listed at 5,800 yen. This page features Aqua World Sea Story for the Sega Saturn. It's presented as an Aqua World Sea Story, or Kaio Monogatari, and it looks like an educational or aquarium simulation game. The page is divided into 3 sections: Mermaid, Electric Blue, and Data Fish, which seem to highlight different aspects of the game. Mermaid section describes setting up your own virtual aquarium, allowing you to choose your favorite fish and environment and watch them swim. It's described as an ideal adventure game mode. Electric Blue talks about full 3D polygon graphics and interactive movie mode, where you can enjoy a world of wonder. Data Fish section mentions 19 types of fish rendered in 3D CG, viewable from 360 degrees, acting as a digital fish encyclopedia mode. There's a release commemoration present campaign mentioned, where 1,000 people can win a prize. The Saturn version of the game is priced at 5,800 yen, excluding tax. This page is advertising a Sega Saturn game called Private Idol Disc. It's promoting the concept of having your very own personal idol, and the text emphasizes that this is an idol experience you can't get on TV or in magazines, available on Sega Saturn. There are 2 volumes mentioned. Volume 1 features You and is releasing on July 26th, priced at 3,000 yen. Volume 2 features Mickey and is scheduled for release on August 30th. Also priced at 3,000 yen. It mentions a release event for Volume 1 at Softmap Store 13 in Akihabara on July 28th, between 1300 and 1500, where you can meet You herself and get an autograph. The page features a large image of the idol, and smaller in-game screenshots are visible. The text highlights that this is a private idol experience just for you. It looks like an interactive video game experience focused on a virtual idol. The next page is advertising Body Special 264 for the Sega Saturn. This looks like a motion puzzle game, and it's certainly eye-catching with its design featuring a puzzle can and images of women as puzzle pieces. The advert names Hinagata Akiko, Matsuda Chinatsu, and Kyuchi Akira as the featured personalities in the game. From the screenshots, it looks like there are a few puzzle modes on offer, including a movie puzzle, a versus puzzle for competitive play, and a puzzle club mode. The game is priced at 6,800 yen and is published by Yanoman Games. It's presented as a Girls in Motion Puzzle Volume 2, suggesting there might have been a previous title, and it definitely has a racy theme with its focus on women's bodies in puzzle form. This page is an advertisement for the game Destruction Derby. The Japanese text above the title reads, Geki Totsu, meaning collision or crash, and the tagline humorously says, "Next, destroy the Saturn," which is a play on words with the game's name and the Sega Saturn console. The image shows crash test dummies inside a car, perfectly setting the scene for a destruction-based racing game. It's advertised as a crash race game, slated for release in August 1996, priced at 5,800 yen. The advert also mentions SoftBank as the publishing company, and the copyright information references Psygnosis and Wipeout. This page showcases two strategy guidebooks from SEGA Saturn Magazine books. The top half is for Tanju Debut's Perfect Guide, a guide to help you raise super idols in a simulation game. It features cute anime artwork and talks about becoming a manager for 3 idols over 2 years, aiming for the Idol Newcomer Award. The guide promises easy-to-understand explanations and lots of data. It's already on sale, a 5 size, 96 pages, and costs 1,100 yen. Below that is an advert for the Geka Ryoran Toriko official guide. This one looks darker and more mysterious, with a screenshot showing 3D character models. This guide is for the adventure game Geka Ryoran Toriko, and promises to be the definitive guide with complete strategy maps. It also features a mystery short story written by Takebayashi Kentaro, interviews with voice actors and musicians. This guide is expected to be released in early August, is B5 size, 96 pages, and also priced at 1,100 yen. Both these guides are clearly aimed at helping players master these Sega Saturn games. This page appears to be showcasing some Sega Saturn games. We can see characters in anime style, with one girl holding what seems to be a playing card. There's a couple in the middle, maybe from a dating sim or adventure game. It feels like we are looking at a preview page for upcoming games, or a feature on certain genres popular on the Sega Saturn. Given the previous page was discussing strategy guides, this page could be highlighting the games those guides were for, or games of a similar style. We can see a mix of character artwork and in-game scenes, suggesting a variety of game types are being presented. This page introduces us to Nightruth Explanation of the Paranormal, an adventure game with a spooky vibe. It's episode 1, called Door of Darkness. The game kicks off with the tragic death of a girl in a school riddled with mystery and terror. Apparently, crazy, unbelievable things keep happening, and the page invites you to bravely open the door to darkness and peek into an unknown world. We can see some screenshots that hint at the game's atmosphere, possibly scenes from the school setting. They are highlighting a luxurious voice actor cast for this title, and we can see photos of the voice talents: Yuji Ueda, Yuko Miyamura, Satomi Korogi, Mika Kanai, Megumi Ogata, Kyuko Wakimoto, and Ai Orikasa. The game was slated for release on August 9, 1996, priced at 6,800 yen. The package is a pretty good deal, including a game CD-ROM, a music CD, and a collection of original artwork and setting materials. The music CD features the opening theme Love Miracle and ending theme Everlasting Love, both sung by Mizuki Nana. It's published by Sonic Computer Entertainment. This page is showcasing Cebu Island 96, a game set in the Philippines on Cebu Island. It's described as a Mahjong craze-era game. The ad highlights that players will be interacting with 3 lovely ladies who are active in gravure and V-cinema: Asa Aonuma, Miho Nomoto, and Kyoko Asagi. The game promises serious Mahjong battles and enjoyable H-scenes, hinting at adult content. It's advertised as being very popular and currently on sale for a standard price of 8,800 yen, plus tax. The game is published by Micronet and also includes a CD-ROM with digital photo collections as a bonus. It also has a rating indicating it's for ages 18 and up. This page showcases Summer Color Memories, subtitled Aim for Idol Star, a Mahjong game from Sharrock for the Sega Saturn. It's advertised as a Mahjong edition, and the page screams summer vibes with the tagline, "Summer! Swimsuits! Beautiful girls!" The game boasts Fresh Idol 8 people gathering, and is described as an orthodox 2-player Mahjong game. The focus is clearly on the 8 beautiful girls featured, likely idols, who are shown in swimsuits and listed by name: Rei Fujiwara, Kaori Nomoto, Ami Yamada, Toshi Sekine from Rinse, Emi Igarashi, also from Rinse, Yuki Ota, Kasumi Toyama, and Kaiko Oshiro. The game promises an audition final showdown, where you aim to make your favorite beautiful girl an idol star by winning mahjong matches. A screenshot of the mahjong gameplay is also displayed. There's an information section highlighting that the theme song CD single, titled Summer Chance and sung by Rinse, will be released on August 21st, ahead of the game. The game itself is slated for release on September 13th, priced at 6,800 yen before tax. This page features a dynamic image of a woman in futuristic red armor, sporting wing-like attachments, and a glowing blue energy trail. The bold text at the top reads, "Seeking me," with an exclamation mark, and below it says, "Readers." It seems this page is directly addressing the magazine's audience, possibly soliciting input, or announcing a feature that involves reader participation. The SoftBank logo in the corner identifies the publisher, and the overall visual style suggests a science fiction or futuristic theme, which is typical of games from that era. This page showcases a variety of game strategy guides and related books that are currently available or soon to be released. At the top, you'll see the Cybertroopers Virtual-On Operating Manual, which even comes with an A2 poster. Next to it are guides for Conception S and Wipeout, both perfect guides from SEGA Saturn Magazine. For fans of anime-style games, there's an OVA fan book for Idol Janshi Suchi Pai 2, a popular title, with a special first edition bonus. Moving down, there's a Super Real Mahjong PVI art and setting material collection, promising large illustrations and pinups. Alongside it are guides for Ascendancy, Graduation DX3, and Final Romance setting materials. You can also find guides for fighting games like Tekken 2 and strategy RPGs, such as a super guide for Fire Emblem, Genealogy of the Holy War. For retro gamers, there's a Namco Museum Volume 3 Perfect Guide, and even a Super Mario 64 Help Guide, despite being on a SEGA Saturn magazine page. Lastly, there are guides for Gekka Mugentan Toriko, Overblood, and a strategy and setting material collection for Kyo Flying Squadron 2, which includes a Saturn Kraydrum. Finally, for art lovers, there's an art book featuring the works of Miyoshi Aizawa, themed around Greek and Roman goddesses. All these books seem to be priced between 640 yen and 2,500 yen, with most of the upcoming releases scheduled for late or mid-August. This page is dedicated to art and setting material books, mainly for the Super Real Mahjong series. It highlights the Super Real Mahjong PVI Original Art and Setting Material Collection, boasting large illustrations and pinups, perfect for fans. It also advertises art books for Super Real Mahjong P2 and P2i, Super Real Mahjong PIV Original Art and Setting Material Collection, and Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise, a 4-player all-star anthology comic. All of these books are priced at 2,000 yen each, except for the PV Paradise comic, which is 980 yen. It also mentions that the PVI art book is coming out in late August. The page uses anime-style artwork from the games, prominently featuring female characters in various poses. The next page showcases strategy guides for 2 Nintendo classics. On the top half is an ad for the Fire Emblem, Genealogy of the Holy War Super Guide, boasting comprehensive character data, full maps and complete strategies, detailed battle explanations, and even data presented in table format for easy reference. It's promoted as the ultimate guide for understanding the game and will be released in mid-August, priced at 880 yen, spanning 165 pages. Below that is an ad for a Super Mario 64 strategy guide, aimed at players who want to master the groundbreaking 3D action game. It promises to cover various techniques, map strategies, hidden courses, and extra content to help players conquer Mario's 3D world. This guide is also slated for a mid-August release, and is slightly cheaper at 640 yen for 96 of 5 pages. The page features screenshots from both games and a large image of 3D Mario to grab attention. This SEGA Saturn magazine page provides a snapshot of the issue's highlights. A special projects section features a roundtable discussion with key figures from SEGA, Yu Suzuki, Hideki Okamura, Masayuki Maeda, Capcom, Noritaka Funamizu, and Hudson, Yoshiaki Fujiwara, Akira Inomata, presumably discussing the Saturn's prospects. Special news previews a plethora of upcoming games, including Fighting Vipers, Virtua Cop 2, Nights into Dreams, Enemy Zero, and Policenauts, alongside titles like Sailor Moon Supers and Real Bout High School. Finally, the Sega AM2 Research Express Neo section focuses on Virtua Fighter, announcing Virtua Fighter Kids and showcasing screenshots of the highly anticipated Virtua Fighter 3. The page prominently features an image of knights to draw attention. This SEGA Saturn magazine page offers a comprehensive look at the Saturn's game library. New release title previews new games like Purple Flame Dragon and Winning Post 2 Program 96. Coming Soon Soft highlights anticipated titles such as Legend of Eldian and Dark Savior. SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide provides strategies for existing games like Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You. Additionally, there's a section on Sega AM1 and AM3 research, including a Dynamite Deka project. The right side features an extensive alphabetical game index covering a wide range of Saturn games, from Albert Odyssey to Worms, serving as a directory for the magazine's content. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game, El Hazard, The Magnificent World, promoting its release on August 9th. It's described as a multi-scenario and multi-ending adventure game, and the advert highlights the first limited edition version, which comes in a deluxe box and includes special setting materials. A large image of a beautiful anime-style girl, a character from the game, is featured prominently. The page also provides a website address for Pioneer LDC, for those wanting more information on El Hazard. The game is priced at 6,900 yen. Sega Saturn Magazine's Landmark section announces the opening of Sega's Joyopolis theme park in Tokyo on July 12th. This indoor amusement park features 9 attractions, including the Half-Pipe Canyon Ride, Power Sled, and Timefall, alongside classic arcade games and Sonic merchandise. Entry is 500 yen, with year-round operating hours. The magazine also previews the Sega Saturn version of Samurai Showdown 2 Wine, Blades of Blood, titled True Tale Samurai Spirits Bushido Retribution, promising enhanced content, including 2 scenarios from the Neo Geo CD version. Additionally, the article highlights Tokimeki Memorial jigsaw puzzles with original illustrations, along with a Windows 95 screensaver. Finally, Puyo Puyo puzzles were released on July 22nd, with Evangelion and Virtua Fighter character puzzles planned for around July 29th. This Sega Saturn magazine page reviews Saturn controllers and music crids. The controller section highlights various options, including the standard controller at 2,500 yen, cordless pads, and licensed controllers. Featured controllers include the ASC2 Fighter Stick 02, 3,900 yen, the HoriPad SS, 1,500 yen, and the Optec SS Pro Commander, 3,680 yen, with macro capabilities. A promotional offer for a Knights multi-controller is also noted. The music section showcases several CD releases. These include Tref's Brave Story TRF, 1,000 yen, Mr. Children's Mr. Children Bootleg, 1,200 yen, Poppin' Bags, 2,000 yen, Tokimeki Memorial Piano Collection, 3,000 yen, and Aritameka Encyclopedia, 2,000 yen. This page presents the Sega Saturn software sales top 10 and arcade video game top 5 rankings. Leading the software chart is Nights into Dreams, a new release that's so popular the special controller bundle is already sold out, but more stock is coming soon. Following in second place is the adventure game Moonflower Academy Toriko, noted as a solid adventure title with appealing artwork, though unable to compete with Knight's popularity. Strikers 1945, another new entry, takes third place, being praised as a great arcade port and a strong shooting game. Other new entries in the top 10 include Birth's Debut, Detective Saburo Jinguji 3 As Time Goes By, and Gameware Volume 2. Notably, older titles like People of Nomura Hospital, Dragon Ball Z, The Legend of the Great Dragon Ball, Can Bunny Puzzle and Angel, and Sword and Sorcery remain in the top rankings. Moving on to the arcade video game top 5, Virtua Fighter 2 holds the top spot, followed by Cyber Troopers Virtual On and Street Fighter Alpha 2 in third. Last Bronx and Tekken 2 round out the list. The page mentions that Virtua Fighter 3 is currently being tested at Tokyo Joyopolis, suggesting it could be a major talking point in the coming autumn months. It also hints at potential next-generation game announcements at the September AM show. This page showcases 2 interesting user polls related to Sega Saturn games. First, we have a top 20 list of games that Saturn owners are hoping will be ported to the system. Topping this chart is Last Bronx Tokyo Bangaichi, followed by the Final Fantasy series, and Resident Evil rounding out the top 3. Other highly requested titles include the Dragon Quest series, Slayers, Classmates 2, and even, My Goddess. It seems fans were eager for a diverse range of genres on the Saturn, from RPGs and action games to adventure titles. Then we have a top 15 list of hopeful new soft, which looks like it's gauging anticipation for upcoming Saturn releases. Sakura Wars is leading the charge here, followed by Cyber Troopers Virtual On and Enemy Zero in the top 3 spots. Other noteworthy games in this list are Fighting Vipers, Street Fighter Zero 2, Lunar, Silver Star Story, Virtua Fighter Kids, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 1, Bonds of the Battlefield, and Tactics Ogre. It appears Saturn owners had plenty to look forward to. The page also has a check section, emphasizing the popularity of Sega Saturn software. It notes that Sakura Wars has finally overtaken Cyber Troopers Virtual On for the top spot, and that the top 3 games are very close in points, suggesting a dynamic and competitive ranking for Saturn titles. Screenshots from Psychic Force and Polysnauts are also featured in this section. This page showcases the latest Sega Saturn Readers poll results. The popular vote chart A reveals Nights into Dreams as the top game, proving its continued popularity among Saturn fans. The chart includes game genres and average player scores. Delving deeper, the new Super Recommended Horse Introduction section shines a spotlight on Nights, providing release information, pricing, and scores. Reviewer comments highlight the game's immersive dreamlike world, stunning visuals, and captivating gameplay. The This Corner's View segment clarifies that this poll reflects genuine reader opinions on the entire Sega Saturn software library. And finally, in the B rating area, Nights is once more celebrated, marking its impressive 12-week streak at the #1 spot in the rankings. This page continues the Sega Saturn Readers poll, presenting the odds chart Saturn B, which ranks games from 125th to 223rd place based on reader votes. It's a vast list, showcasing the breadth of the Saturn's library and fan opinions. However, the page really shines with its new Super Recommended Horse Introduction section, highlighting fresh entries into the rankings. First up is Strikers 1945, a shooting game praised for its intense action and well-designed stages, though some reviewers felt it could be a bit longer. Next, we see Omakase Taimajo Sabers, an adventure game that seems to be quite humorous and story-driven with anime-style visuals. Reviewers enjoyed its lighthearted feel and engaging narrative. Kanazawa Shogi, a Japanese chess game, is noted for its depth and challenge, suitable for serious shogi players, with reviewers highlighting its strong AI opponent. Then there's Birth Debut, an intriguing title described as a newcomer dark horse. It appears to be an adventure game, with elements geared towards attracting female players, emphasized by its appealing character designs and focus on emotional connection. Gekka Mugen Tantoriko, another adventure title, seems to be quite story-heavy and visually oriented, with reviewers pointing out its dramatic scenarios and detailed presentation. Finally, Jinrei Densetsu 3 is mentioned, continuing the series, promising more action and adventure. Each of these spotlights gives a snapshot of the game's genre, reader scores, and brief reviewer thoughts to guide players. This issue features a spotlight on Virtua Fighter's Jeffrey McWild, with reviewers praising the CG portrait. Upcoming game highlights include the skill-demanding action title, Decathlete, and the solid, though not revolutionary, shooter Sonic Wings Special. Criminal Photograph, What Did the Bound Girls See?, is also noted for its realistic visuals despite weak puzzles. Reader comments in Owner's Voice reminisce on classics like Epoch's Draking RPG and Sega Rally. The magazine promotes the Summer Wave second wave of releases. A ranking of Saturn peripherals is provided, with Marucon sticks gaining popularity. A Sega Saturn Readers race is announced, with prizes including controllers and games. Player predictions for games like Tokimeki Memorial and Space Harrier are discussed, along with winners from previous prediction contests. This page is a special report about Quintet, a developer famous for action RPGs like ActRaiser and Soul Blazer, entering the Sega Saturn market. The big question is whether their first Saturn game will be an action RPG. The page highlights 4 of Quintet's representative titles. ActRaiser, praised for its action and creation mode; Soul Blazer, noted for its emotional story and unique system; Illusion of Gaia, commended for its action and well-thought-out design; and Terranigma, described as a grand epic with a combination of action and command-style battles. There's an interview with Quintet's representative director, Hashimoto Masaya, and managing director, Miyazaki Tomoyoshi. discussing their philosophy on game creation. They emphasize the concept of making games with unique and interesting elements, even if they are considered orthodox action games. They mention the fun of creating games with themes and stories that resonate with players, and suggest their Saturn title will carry on this tradition of unique ideas and engaging gameplay. The page concludes with a note about a roundtable discussion focusing on this week's theme, which is described as preaching. This page is a special report on the Saturn version of Fighting Vipers, revealing all the new modes. It highlights 3 key areas. Firstly, the inclusion of Pepsi Man as a playable character. Secondly, the completion of all characters and the introduction of detailed 2-player color edit options. Finally, it mentions that the game details are polished and refined. The page then dives into the new modes. Playback mode allows players to record and replay matches for analysis, letting you save your best moments. Training mode lets you practice moves and techniques against a CPU opponent, offering customizable CPU behavior to hone your skills. Version mode is presented as a balance-adjusted mode, similar to the arcade version, but with refinements for the Saturn, offering different options like match point, time limit, stage selection, and a range version, allowing players to tweak the gameplay experience. The article emphasizes that these new Saturn modes are designed to enhance the game's depth and enjoyment. This report details the near completion of character modeling for the Saturn version of Fighting Vipers, focusing on Honey and Picky. Honey's design went smoothly, mirroring Raxel and polygon count and processing demands. Picky's shirt and skateboard patterns proved more complex, but the developers were pleased with the energetic feel of his face. Screenshots showcase Honey and Picky in action. An interview with Mr. Kataoka from AM2 reveals the game is approximately 75% complete, nearing its final stages. The Saturn version will include a replay mode, a unique feature. While character modeling is largely finished, ongoing adjustments are being made for the home version. The final game will feature arranged music, distinct from the arcade version's soundtrack. This page explores the development of Fighting Vipers, focusing on the 2 pie color variations and enhancements in the Saturn version. The designers discuss character-specific details, like Grace's form-fitting outfit and Raxel's hair and leather clothing. They also highlight improvements in the Saturn version's graphics compared to the arcade, along with the addition of a replay mode, allowing players to save and watch matches. A new training mode is introduced, offering adjustable CPU difficulty and AI behaviors. The developers are nearing the game's completion, aiming to create an enjoyable experience, particularly for those unfamiliar with the arcade version. The Saturn version also includes ending movies. The team expresses satisfaction with the final product, highlighting the complete package and appreciating the updated lighting in the Gene stage. This page delves deeper into Fighting Vipers on the SEGA Saturn, focusing on Bon and Jane. We get some cool insights from the AM2 designers about these characters. For Bon, they talk about the color variations, and how the initial design might have looked a bit plain with just black and white, but they refined it. They also mention Bon's long coat, and how rendering it properly was a challenge initially. For Jane, the designers discuss her face, and how they aimed for a less typically cute look, making her a bit tougher and more athletic, almost masculine in build compared to Vicky. They feel this makes her unique, and not just another generic pretty girl character. There's also a section highlighting the arcade version and showcasing some gameplay. Interestingly, Pepsi Man is making his way into the Saturn version of Fighting Vipers. The page includes an AM2 Research and Development Publicity special interview, where they discuss adding Pepsi Man to the Saturn version, mentioning he uses Vicky's skateboard and stage elements. They wanted to add extra content for the Saturn, and felt Pepsi Man would be a fun addition. They also talk about new moves and gameplay elements in the Saturn version, aiming to make it a superior experience to the arcade, especially with the replay and training modes mentioned previously. It seems they are really emphasizing the extra value and enhanced features of the Saturn version of Fighting Vipers. This page spotlights the characters Tokyo and Sandman in Fighting Vipers for the SEGA Saturn. The AM2 designers are giving us some insight into the character creation process. For Tokyo, they mentioned struggling to get the color and texture right for his gray armor, and making adjustments to the jeans color which they initially thought was going to be simple. They also talk about refining his hair color and face right up to the deadline. Moving on to Sandman, the designers said that his 1P and 2P colors are quite different, and they put a lot of work into getting the color of his chest and shirt just right. They are happy with how his face turned out. Regarding the overall development of the Vipers characters, they are almost finished, with just about a month left to work on original elements, and they are confident they will meet expectations. There's also a section showcasing the arcade version of the game. Interestingly, there's a mention of the Aruba spoon being popular, and Tokyo wearing ones. It seems to be a tying promotion featuring a watch, and there is a picture of a woman, likely related to this campaign, saying something like, "Kanichin is also using it." The page ends with a tagline, hyping up the next issue as we get closer to the game's release. This page is a special report, giving us an early look at Stage 2 of Virtua Cop 2, which is about 30% complete at this point. We're promised a completely new stage set in a port terminal and even on a luxury liner, moving away from the entirely indoor environments of Stage 1. The mission is to rescue the mayor who's been kidnapped by terrorists. The AM2 research team is excited about this stage, emphasizing the detailed environments and saying there are lots of objects and things to shoot. They talk about how the action unfolds from the terminal to the ship's interior, hinting at a varied gameplay experience. The page also mentions the arcade version of Virtua Cop 2 and suggests that Stage 2 on the Saturn will be even more intense and impressive. They're clearly working hard to make the Saturn version special. This page continues the special report on Virtua Cop 2, diving deeper into Stage 2, set in the terminal lobby. It's highlighted as a chilling indoor battle, with the action moving from the outside terminal to the inside of the ship. The environments are emphasized as being more complex and three-dimensional than Stage 1, showcasing battles in the lobby with diverse enemy types appearing from behind pillars and counters. The developers from AM2 are quoted, with Virtua Cop 2 development chief Masayuki Suzuki mentioning they won't be beaten by Vipers, possibly hinting at a rival game, and are working hard to make Stage 2 even better than the arcade version, aiming to create a life-or-death situation for players. They also point out lots of objects to destroy in the environment, adding to the fun. The page previews different sections within Stage 2. Inside the passenger ship, left route deck, right route bridge, and the boss air diver stage, each with unique settings and gameplay. We get a glimpse of enemies in dinner halls, on the ship's bridge, and facing a boss called Air Diver. The article also includes gameplay tips, like reminding players to reload by aiming outside the screen. The page ends with anticipation for the next issue, promising to reveal even more about how far they can push the game's recreation of the arcade experience on the Saturn. The next page is a special report all about Nights into Dreams. It's branded Sonic Team Presents, entitled Nights into Dreams, with the Japanese title, Nights underneath. The page talks about uncovering the biggest mysteries of Nights, focusing on the life system. Apparently, Sonic Team are revealing everything about the ecology of the Nightopians who live in Night's dream world. They are also giving advice on conquering the remaining 2 dreams and 3 second-level bosses. The article is titled, Sonic Team Speaks, All of a Life System, the Biggest Mystery of Nights. It explains that a life stands for artificial life, and is a program that simulates living organisms and ecosystems within the game. In Nights, the Nightopians are part of this life system, living and creating their own ecosystems within the dreams. It mentions that player interaction will create new ecosystems and behaviors in the game world. There are screenshots showing gameplay. One seems to be in a water area and another in a forest or mountainous region. The article also highlights a checkpoint section explaining what is a life. It reiterates that a life is artificial life, and explains that the Nightopians and Nights are part of this program, emphasizing that by playing, players can create new and unexpected ecosystems in the dream world. Another screenshot at the bottom shows gameplay in a cave-like environment, and the text notes that these are all scenes created by the Nightopians using the life system. This page continues the special report from Sonic Team about Nights into Dreams and dives deeper into the life system, revealing how player actions shape the lives of the Nightopians. It explains that Nightopians have diverse behaviors and react to the player in unexpected ways. The article highlights how Nightopians evolve based on the night energy and the player's influence. It mentions that player choices impact whether Nightopians become friendly or hostile, essentially nurturing them through gameplay. The page goes on to discuss Nightopian birth, and even mentions changes in the background music that reflect these events. It also teases the idea of interbreeding different species of Nightopians, hinting at creating new types called Mycopians through player interaction, showing the depth and complexity of the life system. There's an interview section with Sonic Team developers who talk about the secrets of a life. They explain that a life, or artificial life, was created to bring the dream world to life, making it feel reactive and real. The developers mention being surprised by the unexpected behaviors of the Nighttopians that emerged from the systems. They emphasize that the joy of a life is in observing these emergent behaviors and the ecosystems that players create through their interactions, encouraging players to experiment and enjoy the unpredictable nature of the Nighttopian world. Essentially, the game world reacts to you, making each playthrough unique and filled with surprising moments based on how you interact with the Nighttopians. This article provides a detailed overview of the remaining dream levels and bosses in Nights into Dreams. From Sonic Team, the focus shifts from the first 2 dreams to the remaining 4. Clarice Dream and Soft Museum, each featuring 4 courses. Clarice Dream courses involve ring linking, museum item collection, rear-view chases, and timed chip collection in an art museum. Soft Museum courses emphasize flying through rings, collecting capsules, rear-view chip and star collection, and chip collection around stars. A Trampoline action section offers advice on maximizing scores, using trampolines, and analog stick control. The article also covers boss strategies for Guolpo and Garbo, emphasizing strategic attacks and understanding enemy patterns. Advice for Guolpo includes targeting its neck and dodging water attacks, while for Garbo, focusing attacks when its center lowers and mouth opens is key. The central advice is to utilize dash attacks continuously, and that mistakes are okay. This guide provides strategies for the Stick Canyon Dream level in Nights into Dreams, and for defeating the second-level bosses, Claws and Jackal. Stick Canyon is the most challenging level, with specific tips for each of its 4 courses. Focus on chaining links and using magnets in Course 1, collecting chips and maintaining links in Course 2, gathering light orbs in Course 3, and using dash effectively in Course 4. Sonic Team emphasizes using magnets for high scores across all courses. To defeat Claws, use the Nizumi Fireflower attack, luring him to the ground and exploiting his vulnerability. Standard attacks are ineffective. For Jackal, dodge his card attacks and use touch dash to attack. 5 successful dash attacks are needed without a mantle. Sonic Team recommends observing his attacks, using touch dash strategically, and using break to reposition. This page outlines scoring techniques for Nights into Dreams and announces a high-score contest. General tips focus on quickly destroying idea capture, maximizing course time, and swiftly defeating second-level bosses. Nightopia Clear Time earns double points. Specific advice encourages honing skills, particularly with favorite dreams, and using the Marcon item. Trial sections detail strategies for Soft Museum, emphasizing link combos and efficient flying, and All Dreams Trial, focusing on high link counts in areas like Mystic Forest. Another trial focuses on link scores in any course, suggesting low-level courses like Frozen Bell. A Nights High Score contest is underway, seeking video submissions by August 31st. Prizes await the top 5 scorers and a SEGA Best Player Award for the highest score per dream level. Results will be published in the September/October issue. An exclusive developer interview, Part 2, previews Heavy Armor Mobile Police Reynos 2, a robot shooting game slated for a November release. The game is roughly 60% complete, with the price still undecided. Programmer Koji Fujisawa discusses creating impressive movie sequences using 3D CG rendering on Silicon Graphics and Unix systems, a new challenge for him. Graphic designer Toru Watanabe focuses on detailed backgrounds, like forests and rocks, while Koji Sato works on space stage backgrounds. The team is currently amused by the trend of American toys. The interview concludes with a recruitment ad, My Reynos Daily Life, seeking new team members, especially those connected to the producer, and encouraging fans to share memories of the original Reynos and support the upcoming release. This page unveils a special report on Langrisser 2, a simulation RPG for the SEGA Saturn by Messiah, scheduled for release on September 13th, priced at 6,200 yen. The article is a deep dive into 3 new elements of the game, focusing specifically on the movement system. It introduces Bozel, a character described as a wise king leading the armies of Lag, Grog, and Farakia, aiming to bring darkness to the world. The article details how movement works, clarifying that only commander characters can move units on the battlefield. Players set a destination, and the commander and their troops move in a straight line. Direction changes are possible up to 4 times within the movement range. Once a move is decided and combat begins, the soldiers disappear, leaving only the commander to engage in battle. The screenshots illustrate this process, showing unit movement and commander combat. Point 1 explains that NPC units will prioritize healing if they're far from enemies and take damage, even if it means sacrificing a turn to heal. Point 2 highlights the strategy of using defense mode. This mode makes soldiers disappear during the battle phase, which can be useful for stalling enemies or minimizing losses, especially for units with low HP. The "This is dangerous" section seems to be a warning, implying that blindly setting movement paths can lead to easily being surrounded by enemies. It advises careful route planning to avoid unnecessary risks in movement. The next page delves further into Langrisser 2's combat and unit management. It discusses the commander's role in utilizing mercenary units effectively, highlighting the importance of unit attribute compatibility in battles. The page features a diagram explaining the relationships between unit types, showing that foot soldiers are strong against lancers, lancers are strong against cavalry, cavalry is strong against foot soldiers, and flying units and archers have their own strengths against specific types, as well as special ground troops for close combat. This seems to be a rock-paper-scissors system that players need to understand for strategic advantage. The article then moves on to class change and class up, explaining how players can customize their units. It mentions that class change allows units to evolve into different roles, like from foot soldiers to water or naval units, expanding tactical options. The growth potential varies for each class, and players need to consider this when deciding on class changes. The page details class change and class up tables, showing how classes evolve. For example, fighter can become a knight, gladiator, or swordsman, and these can further upgrade to higher tier classes like lord, silver knight, or high lord. The tables show level requirements for each class change and class up, implying a progression system based on unit level. It emphasizes that class up is not always strictly better, and players need to consider the unit's growth direction when choosing. This page showcases an exclusive interview titled, Enemy Zero Creators Talk 2 with the Warp CG Movie Unit. It's framed as a special report, highlighting that they've managed to interview the previously secretive internal staff at Warp, the development team led by Iskino, who are described as a band giving cool interviews. The page lists key details about something, likely Enemy Zero, mentioning it's a Warp title, planned for autumn release, priced at 6,900 yen, described as an interactive movie, and spanning 4 discs. Below are 5 team members featured with photos and brief descriptions of their roles. First, Hirohiko Sugamura, the animation director, specializes in moving object movies and joined Warp from an advertising background. Next is Fumito Ueda, also an animation director, with a TV animation background. He joined Warp during the E0 project, which most likely refers to Enemy Zero, and is said to have a fondness for abstract artwork. Sho Tateshi is introduced as the CG director and modeling director, overseeing all CG aspects of the project. He joined Warp driven by a desire to create games that are truly memorable and impactful. Hiromi Hayashi, a CG designer, focuses on polygon modeling and texture mapping. He previously worked in game development as a subcontractor. Lastly, Tomohiro Miyazaki, another CG designer, also handles modeling and texture mapping. Came to Warp after experience in TV CG and game design work. This interview with Warp's CG movie staff explores their experiences creating visuals, primarily for the game D. Staff members like Tateshi, Miyazaki, Ueda, Hayashi, and Sugamura described their paths to Warp, highlighting its unconventional and TV production-like atmosphere. They detail the animation process, involving object creation, texturing, and animation direction, aiming for photorealistic visuals and expressive characters, particularly Laura. The team acknowledges the challenges of achieving realism and emotional depth with CG. The interview concludes with Warp's future aspirations. They discuss exploring interactive movies and pushing the boundaries of CG in games, with some acknowledging the limitations of current game hardware. I summarizes the focus on interactive movies and the perception of games currently residing within the realm of movies due to technological limitations. Warp is developing Real Sound, provisional title, a purely audio-based adventure game, positioned as a potential comeback for the Saturn amid industry competition. The game, described as a 3D sound drama, relies entirely on sound to immerse players in a role-playing experience. Players make choices via button presses, reacting to dialogue and sound effects to advance the story. The team is exploring various script directions, aiming for a literary, theatrical feel, unlike typical TV or movie scripts. Focusing on themes of love and hatred, the game will utilize binaural recording to enhance the immersive audio experience. The project seeks to differentiate itself from traditional text adventures, emphasizing the power of sound to create a unique and engaging gameplay experience. SNK is bringing Stakes Winner, a horse racing action game, and the first Soul Saurus series title to the Sega Saturn. This marks a shift from the arcade scene for God's Fist's developer. SNK sees the Saturn as a platform with a dedicated user base and an idea-driven environment. Stakes Winner focuses on training horses with items and winning high-level races, with a two-player versus mode. SNK aims to attract Saturn users, including families and fans of horse racing, especially those who enjoyed Neo Geo CD games. SNK is committed to the Saturn, with plans for more ports, including possibly God's Fist, and emphasizes delivering high-quality software. The game boasts a large room size, 338 MB. SNK highlights previous Saturn releases like Quiz King of Fighters and Dragon's Heaven 2 as examples of their commitment. This page is all about Alien Trilogy on the Sega Saturn, a thrilling 3D shooter that throws you right into the heart-pounding world of the Alien movies. The game is being touted for its impressive use of motion capture, bringing the terrifying xenomorphs to life with realistic movements. You can see from the screenshots, it's a first-person perspective, and you'll be battling through intense 3D environments packed with aliens. The game promises to deliver the full cinematic experience, pitting you against classic enemies like warriors and facehuggers in locations straight from the movies. The reviewer seems hyped about the motion capture tech and how well it captures the movie's atmosphere, making it a must-play for fans of the franchise and anyone looking for some serious Saturn shooting action. The main tagline is, "Kill them before you get killed," setting the scene for frantic and desperate survival gameplay. This page previews the Sega Saturn version of Alien Trilogy, showcasing weapons directly from the movies. The weak pistol, the crowd-controlling but ammo-limited shotgun, the fuel-guzzling flamethrower, and the powerful pulse rifle. Screenshots highlight the first-person perspective and radar system. An interview with Acclaim, the developers, reveals their confidence in the Saturn version, boasting superior visuals through polygon use, richer textures, and better lighting. They claim enhanced gameplay and balance, making it the definitive edition. Fergus McGovern from Probe Software discusses the 3D engine's high quality and aims for Alien Trilogy on Saturn to be a flagship title, demonstrating the console's capabilities. He hopes for success, particularly in Japan, emphasizing the game's authenticity and Acclaim's belief in the Saturn version. This page shines the spotlight on Policenauts for the Sega Saturn, a game Konami confidently presents as its final form. It seems to be a refined version of the PC release, boasting improved visuals with Saturn original cutscenes, enhanced graphics, and a system that's been further polished. The game adds a tutorial mode within the gameplay itself. It's also compatible with the Virtua Gun, promising intense shooting sequences and heightened tension, which is touted as a first for all game consoles. The page also mentions that initial pressings will include extras like photo collections and Virtua Gun decals. The game is an adventure title set in 2013, where humanity has ventured into space, establishing colonies like Beyond Coast. 5 individuals were selected from Earth to become Policenauts to maintain order in space. The story seems to revolve around an incident with EMPs and cryogenic sleep, hinting at a deeper narrative. You can see in-game screenshots displaying the first-person perspective, vehicle sections possibly using a police car, and menus which confirm Virtua Gun support and gameplay aspects like life. It is set to be released on September 13th, priced at 6,800 yen, and will come as a 3-disc set, supporting 1 player and the Virtua Gun. The text also hints at the game's core theme being a fusion of pre-era civilization and something good, suggesting an interesting story blend. This page delves deeper into the world of Policenauts, focusing on the storyline and key characters. It seems the narrative kicks off with Jonathan encountering his former wife, Lorraine, who is now 55, looking much younger due to cryogenic sleep. She hires Jonathan to investigate her current husband's disappearance. linking it to drug smuggling and the mysterious cold sleep capsules. The story takes a dramatic turn when an explosion occurs near Lorraine.
The page introduces us to Beyond Coast Police, BCP, and some of Jonathan's allies there. Dave Forrest is described as a rookie BCP detective eager to see Earth. Meryl Silverberg is another member of BCP, portrayed as Ed's right-hand woman with a sharp edge, Ed. Ed Brown, the chief of BCP, is described as Jonathan's old friend from their police knot days, welcoming him warmly after 25 years. Keith Becker, a former police officer and now the AP platoon leader in BCP, is also mentioned as a colleague. Tony Redwood is presented as a capable EMS elite officer within CAP. Gameplay snippets show dialogue interactions, hinting at investigation elements as Jonathan heads to BCP to meet Ed and continue the case. The screenshots showcase the visual style and character designs, emphasizing the game's blend of adventure and action. It mentions that the accident involving Lorraine and Kenzu leads Jonathan back to Beyond Coast, setting the stage for the main plot. This page is all about the upcoming Sailor Moon Supers game for the Saturn, which seems to be called True Main Character Battle Plus Provisional Title. It's highlighted as a special report and is 65% complete. The page boasts about revealing the game's opening CG movie, calling it the flower of the game. The article mentions that they got their hands on movie scene stills of the Sailor Guardians, and they're being revealed all at once. The game movie is divided into animation and CG parts, with the CG part being used for the game's opening, and it's apparently almost identical to the PlayStation version. The animation part seems to have various types of animation, all freshly drawn for the game. There are screenshots showing Sailor Moon in her Supers form, Sailor Mercury using her Shine Aqua Illusion attack, and Sailor Venus also seemingly aiming for the main role. It's hinted that Sailor Venus is after the main character's position, and even Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus CG models will appear. The page also mentions a Saturn original movie that will be included at the beginning of the game and encourages fans to check it out. It seems to be teasing a battle between Sailor Guardians for the lead role in the game's story and showcasing the visual quality of the CG movie. This page continues to showcase the Sailor Moon Supers game, highlighting that even the mid-stage sections of the game are fully animated. It emphasizes how the game captures the essence of the Sailor Moon anime, with the Sailor Guardians fighting gracefully and using flashy special moves. The article mentions that animation effects are being used to enhance the excitement of the fighting sequences, suggesting the combat will be very engaging. There are screenshots that give a glimpse into the gameplay, showing battles between Sailor Moon and Sailor Saturn, Sailor Neptune and Sailor Pluto, and even Chibi Moon in action. The page also teases the concept of a battle for the main character's seat, suggesting a storyline within the game where the Sailor Guardians compete for prominence. Overall, the page seems excited about the game's animation quality and the dynamic fighting action it offers. This page delves into the world of Real Bout Fatal Fury, the latest installment in the Fatal Fury series, marking the 5th game in the franchise. Releasing on August 23rd for 8,800 yen and compatible with the expansion RAM cartridge, this game is touted as a complete port from the arcade. The article highlights that even in arcades, the Fatal Fury series remains incredibly popular, and this new title brings a fresh system and expansion RAM support to the Sega Saturn. It suggests players will be able to experience intense battles on their Saturn consoles. The page focuses on screenshots and the changes introduced in Real Bout Fatal Fury compared to its predecessors. Gameplay enhancements like Ring Out are detailed, where stages now feature obstacles and falling off the screen leads to defeat. Another feature, Oversway version up, is mentioned, improving the oversway mechanic from Fatal Fury 3, making it easier to use in battles. Screenshots showcase characters like Mai Shiranui fighting Duck King, Kim Kafwan battling Yamazaki, and Blue Mary facing Chonshu. There's also a shot of Geese Howard with his entourage, emphasizing his prominent role in the game's storyline, which revolves around the secret scriptures and the Bogard brothers' rivalry against Geese. Sega is releasing a new expansion RAM cartridge for the Sega Saturn, designed to enhance game performance. In an interview with Mr. Shinagawa, a Sega developer, the RAM is touted as a significant upgrade, enabling improved graphics, smoother gameplay, and larger, more complex games. The RAM cartridge expands the Saturn's temporary data storage, allowing for faster loading and the ability to keep more data in memory. Real Bout Fatal Fury is highlighted as a key title benefiting from the RAM, offering a near-perfect arcade port. Priced at 8,800 yen, the same as the game itself,
The RAM is considered essential for fighting games, and beneficial for other genres like shooters and simulations. Shinagawa believes the investment is worthwhile, opening doors for future ambitious Saturn titles, with Real Bout Fatal Fury being the first major game to fully utilize the expanded memory. This page is all about the king of fighters games for the Sega Saturn, and it's focusing on introducing a bunch of playable characters. We can see the player select screen with Terry Bogard and Kim Kafwan ready for action. The page then goes on to highlight several fighters, like Andy Bogard, Joe Higashi, Kim Kafwan, Hanfu, Mai Shiranui, Franco Bash, and even Wolfgang Krauser. For each character, there are cool portrait shots and in-game action scenes, showing off some of their signature moves. Moves like Terry's Triple Geyser, Andy's Supercrack Kick, Joe's Sliding Screw, Kim's Sky-Splitting Kick, Franco's Meteor Shot, and May's Fiery Dance of the Sunfire are all mentioned. It's basically a character showcase, getting you hyped to play and see these fighters in action on the Saturn. The next page jumps into the world of Real Bout Fatal Fury and introduces 16 characters that are in the game. We're given spotlight features on a bunch of fighters, including the infamous Geese Howard, the Funky Duck King, Billy Kane with his staff, Ryo Sakazaki from Art of Fighting, the wild Yamazaki Ryuji, the cool Blue Mary, and the wise Tung Fu Ryu. For each character, we get a cool action shot of them in their fighting stance and some details about their background, along with screenshots showing off some of their signature moves. For example, we see Geese Howard's Reppuken, Wind/Fist, Duck King's Dancing Dive, Billy Kane's Superfire Whirlwind Staff, Ryo's Hao Koken, Supreme King Roaring Fist, Yamazaki's Snake Charmer, Blue Mary's Spinfall, and Tung Fu Ryu's Zane Ken, Illusionary Shadow Fist. There's also a little chat section with some writers discussing the game, praising the fast loading times thanks to the Saturn's RAM, and how it feels like a proper upgrade from Fatal Fury 3, and even stacks up against King of Fighters 95. They're really digging the overall quality and responsiveness of Real Bout Fatal Fury. This page is all about World Heroes Perfect on the Sega Saturn, showcasing what they're calling the extra file features. It seems like they just got a hold of the final room and are super excited to show off what players can expect. They're hyping up the graphic collection, which lets you check out all sorts of cool artwork from the arcade game, including package art and original illustrations. It's like a digital art book showing off the evolution of the characters. Then there's the character file section, which sounds like a deep dive into each fighter. They're talking about move lists, command inputs, and even strategy tips. It's presented as a way for players to really master their favorite characters and understand the game mechanics. Next up is the Expert Manual, which is described as a guide to help you become a WHP Pro. It covers basic controls, practical techniques, and even more advanced stuff like the Hero Gauge, which affects your character's power. Finally, they're scooping the news on 2 colors of X-Color for the Saturn version. Apparently, player 2 and beyond can choose from a set of 4 X colors, meaning more character customization. They're calling it a gift to Saturn users from the developers, which is a nice touch. Overall, it looks like they're packing in a lot of extra content to make the Saturn version of World Heroes Perfect a must-have for fans. World Heroes Perfect on Saturn features Miryoku characters not found in the arcade version. This piece highlights Son Goku, Zeus, and Neo Dio. Son Goku, a technical character, has 3 special and 5 super moves. Zeus, a powerful boss character, has 0 special and 4 super moves. Neo Fideo, the resurrected Dio, boasts 2 special and 7 super moves, making him a formidable, hidden boss. The descriptions highlight each character's playstyle. Goku requires technical skill, Zeus relies on brute force, and Neo Fideo offers a high-level, dominating playstyle. Screenshots showcase moves like Son Goku's Rolling Stone Smash, Zeus's Megaton Punch, and Neo Fideo's Sonic Saber, with brief input mentions, adding to the game's depth. World Heroes Perfect introduces the Miryoku battle system. Key mechanics include attack, defense, /attack, a counterattack window after guarding. Projectiles are weakened, allowing for flying projectile destruction attacks with regular moves. Guard break attacks punish turtling, stunning opponents. The Hero Gauge charges with damage and actions, fueling powerful hero attacks, incentivizing aggression. Extra attacks are character-specific special moves, triggered by button combinations, or the R button. Finally, ultimate secret techniques, devastating super moves, are available. rewarding skillful execution and potentially boosted by the hero gauge. This guide aims to help players master these features for effective combat. This page is a special report focusing on Galaxy Fraulein Yuna Remix for the Sega Saturn, detailing the process of creating the digital anime sequences for the game, specifically highlighting a new character for the OVA named Ayanoko. The article breaks down the anime creation into 4 key stages. First, setting art, which involves creating character design sketches like Dolly Mint Milky to establish character appearance and color schemes for the team. Next is original art, where line art sketches are drawn based on scenarios and storyboards, defining character movements and dialogues. Stage 3 is digitizing and line correction, where the hand-drawn art is scanned, digitized, and refined on computer for cleaner lines. Finally, coloring and completion sees the line art colored, saved as graphic data for in-game cutscenes and movie sequences, and ultimately compiled onto the CRDROM, showcasing the creation of the fresh and charming Yuna anime. This page is a special report focusing on Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 01 Blue Destiny for the Sega Saturn. It looks like an operation manual preview for the game, highlighting the cockpit view and controls. The page details the cockpit interface, labeling elements like the sight, which is the weapon aiming point, damage gauge, showing the mobile suit's health, vernier gauge for jump and dash functions, warning lights, attitude angle meter, lock-on, and special weapon display. There's also an explanation of controls, detailing how to rotate the mobile suit left and right using the L and R buttons, and movement with the DPAD for forward, backward, and strafing, along with a dash function. The game is described as an action game, where players control a GM-type mobile suit and engage in combat, emphasizing strategic movement and utilizing weapons effectively. The text mentions that depending on the enemy type, players need to adjust their vertical aiming. This page continues the Operation Manual style preview for Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 1 Blue Destiny. It sets the scene explaining the game's story revolves around a GM-type mobile suit during its final tests within a unit assigned to Yukijima, involved in the defense of Zeon's bases during the Odessa campaign. It was a desperate battle for machine preservation and the annihilation of the enemy. Moving on to controls, the page details the vertical angle switching using the X button. Pressing X once tilts the camera downwards, good for ground-level targets like tanks, while pressing it again tilts upwards, useful for attacking elevated positions. Next, it covers attacks with the B and Y buttons. The GIM is equipped with a standard rifle for mid-range combat and a Vulcan gun for close-range engagements. The Vulcan is described as having high continuous firing performance. There's also a hand bomb special weapon which takes time to detonate after being thrown. Finally, map display is activated by the start button. The map shows various information on screen, with triangular icons representing friendly units. Defend point marks locations to protect, and main target highlights the primary enemy objective to destroy. The overall impression is of an action-focused game, emphasizing strategic maneuvering and weapon selection in combat scenarios. This page delves deeper into Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 01 Blue Destiny, continuing the preview with a focus on a mysterious blue mobile suit. After clearing out standard enemy units, a new threat appears: a blue mobile suit that resembles a GM, but moves with incredible speed and power, far exceeding expectations, and making the player wonder if it's even piloted by a human. The screenshots show in-game perspectives of this blue mobile suit, including cockpit views displaying targeting and combat information. One of the images emphasizes the in-game dialogue, stating, "I can't believe a human is piloting it." The reviewer highlights the sheer speed and pressure felt when facing this new enemy. The page then outlines that Blue Destiny is part of a 3-part original story within the Side Story series. Blue Destiny itself is the second part, subtitled Heir to the Azure, following a yet released first part. The third part, tentatively titled The Ones Who Are Lent, is also planned. The game is designed so each part can be played individually, but carrying over data from previous parts will enhance the experience. Finally, the next section teases the following stages, shifting to a desert environment. It mentions the next battle will be set in the wilderness, and feature encounters with Desert Zaku and GM units. The accompanying screenshots show desert battlefields and cockpit views within this new setting. This page is split into two parts focusing on discussions about the Saturn. Part 1 features Yu Suzuki and Noriyoshi Funamizu, associated with AM2 and Capcom respectively. It seems to be a dialogue involving these key figures from AM2 and Capcom. Part 2 shifts focus to Sega and Hudson, listing Hideki Okamura, Masanori Maeda, Shigeki Fujiwara, and Hiroshi Ikari, indicating another dialogue with representatives from Sega and Hudson. The central theme of the page is highlighted with the bold red text asking, "Is Saturn burning this summer?" and subtitled, "Two Big Dialogues to Heat Up Saturn." The text further elaborates that Saturn is known for arcade game ports and popular titles, and these dialogues aim to uncover the key to its appeal, suggesting these discussions are insightful and noteworthy for Saturn fans. This page continues the discussion with Yu Suzuki from Sega AM2 and Noritaka Funamizu from Capcom. The central theme revolves around their friendly relationship, viewing each other more as comrades than rivals in the competitive gaming industry. Yu Suzuki talks about his role as general producer since April, overseeing titles and providing direction at location tests, specifically mentioning Virtua Fighter 3. He discusses being involved in various producer roles since his arcade days, working on titles like Street Fighter and Vampire Darkstalkers series. Noritaka Funamizu shares his perspective from Capcom, highlighting the team leader approach and the producer system within Capcom. They discuss the VF3 and Street Fighter rivalry in a positive light, emphasizing the friendly competition. Funamizu also mentions his long history at Capcom, starting about 12 years ago, and being involved in titles like Gunsmoke and Sidearms, initially in character design and later in planning roles. He expresses excitement for the Saturn version of Street Fighter 02, Street Fighter Alpha 2, assuring it's in great shape. Lastly, there is a mention of the Virtua Fighter 3 location test being held at Tokyo Joyopolis. The page emphasizes anticipation for the Saturn versions of games and the ongoing excitement for the platform. In a discussion between Yu Suzuki, Sega, and Noritaka Funamizu, Capcom, regarding Street Fighter 2 the conversation focused on character design. Funamizu highlighted the balance between fresh and recognizable characters, aiming for extensive animation patterns. He considers Street Fighter 2 the peak of 2D fighting games, emphasizing fighting spirit and coolness, while drawing inspiration from games like Vampire and X-Men. They discussed the importance of visual cues for character identification, citing examples like Chun-Li and Sakura. Despite a rivalry with SNK, they view each other as colleagues, exchanging ideas to improve the genre. Street Fighter 2 is set to be a major summer release, promising new characters and features like dashes and super combos, with an initial release of 5 playable characters, drawing inspiration from previous installments in the series. This page is all about the Saturn version of Street Fighter 02, highlighting the elements being introduced in this home console release. It confirms the inclusion of a training mode, a feature also present in the previous Zero game, which allows players to practice moves and combos against a non-attacking CPU character. Mention that the CPU opponent can be set to various levels. The article also reveals hidden special moves that are not listed on the instruction card, meaning players will need to discover secret command inputs for these techniques. Additionally, the Saturn version lets you select from 2 to 6 different winning poses and taunts for each character, with around 24 variations available in total, even allowing you to choose winning lines in versus mode. Costume change is also highlighted as a feature from the arcade version. The page showcases various screenshots with move names like Yoga Shock, High Jump, and Hao Shoko Ken, and action poses with character speech bubbles. Finally, it gives the release date as September 14th and the price as 5,800 yen. The next page is part 2 of a Sega vs. Hudson feature, and it's an interview with key people from both companies discussing their collaboration. Representing Sega are Hideki Sekimura, Department Manager of the Saturn Division, and Masanobu Maeda, Department Manager of Software Promotion. From Hudson, we have Shigeki Fujiwara and Hiroshi Inokari, both Department Managers from Hudson's Left Sawa Department. The main topic is Saturn Bomberman. They talk about why Bomberman was chosen for the Saturn, highlighting its simple yet deep gameplay that resonates with Sega users. They emphasize the appeal of multiplayer Bomberman, especially for Saturn users, and point out the new 10-player battle mode as a key feature, alongside a stage-based mode. Hudson expresses confidence in the Saturn's hardware for bringing Bomberman to life, even in a market focusing on 3D games. They believe the Saturn's technical capabilities are well suited for 2D games like Bomberman, and that they can deliver a technically impressive title. The page includes screenshots of Saturn Bomberman, showcasing gameplay, multiplayer action, and the in-game interface. Finally, there's a statement at the bottom, suggesting that there are still unannounced Saturn projects in the works. This page continues the conversation with Hudson about their commitment to the Sega Saturn. The interviewers express high hopes for Hudson's future titles on the platform. The discussion touches upon Hudson's game development philosophy, particularly their focus on creating fun and engaging gameplay experiences that resonate with a wide audience. They emphasize the importance of player enjoyment above all else, even when faced with technical limitations or the prevailing trend of 3D gaming. Hudson highlights their dedication to crafting games that are easy to pick up and play, yet offer depth and replayability. They mention Saturn Bomberman as a prime example of this approach, emphasizing its accessible yet strategically rich gameplay. The interview also mentions upcoming Hudson titles for the Saturn, including Momotaro Dentetsu, a popular board game series, and accessories like the SBOM Joy-Card and SBOM Multitap, specifically designed for Saturn Bomberman to enhance the multiplayer experience. They joke about Sega's approach to coolness being different from Hudson's, implying Hudson prioritizes fun and player engagement over superficial aesthetics. Overall, the page conveys Hudson's strong commitment to the Sega Saturn, highlighting their dedication to creating enjoyable and accessible games like Saturn Bomberman and other titles, while emphasizing player experience and fun as their core development principle. This page spotlights new and upcoming Sega Saturn games. The new release title section highlights titles like the shoot-'em-up Shenryu, adventure games Saint Tail, and Gyoen Roman Kitan, Wakakusa Monogatari, sports titles winning Post-2 Program 96, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms V, plus Steel Dam. The Coming Soon Soft section previews highly anticipated summer releases, including the strategy RPG Ogre Battle, dating sim Dukyusei If, and the popular Sakura Wars. Other genres are represented by Haunted Casino, Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Dark Savior, Cyberdoll, Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama, Magical Drop 2, Detective Jinguji Saburo, Unfinished Report, El Hazard, The Magnificent World, Aim for Idol Star, Summer Memories Mahjong, Gal Panic, Night Truth No. 1, Door of Darkness, Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange, Body Special 264, Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's Slam Jam 96, and Worms. An anime-style illustration enhances the showcase, promising a diverse and exciting future for the Sega Saturn. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn shoot-'em-up, Shenryu. It's described as an arcade port, and a vertically scrolling shooter with power-up items and a focus on intense shooting action. The page highlights the game's core appeal, emphasizing the thrill of destroying enemies and massive bosses across all 8 stages. It then dives into the 3 different types of shots and bombs players can utilize. These include the standard wide shot normal shot and its screen-clearing bomb, the powerful homing missile shot with its strategic bomb that unleashes a massive fireball, and the precision auto-aiming laser shot paired with a bomb that's a screen-wide laser attack. The descriptions for each detail their strengths and strategic uses, suggesting a varied and engaging gameplay experience based on weapon selection. The reviewer seems enthusiastic about the game, highlighting the skilled and experienced development team behind Shenryu, and expressing confidence that shoot-'em-up fans will enjoy it. They also mention the game features beautiful graphics and encourage players to look out for them. It's positioned as a must-have for genre enthusiasts on the Sega Saturn. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Mysterious Thief Saint Tail, or just Saint Tail for short, an adventure game that's coming out in October. It's not just your average adventure though. It's packed with mini-games themed around school subjects like math, physical education, and even art. You play as the main character Mamie Hanioka, living her daily life and experiencing these mini-games, with about 8 different types to try out. When night comes, you can transform into Saint Tail, and even play a little chase game with Asuka Jr. Besides the game, there's also a big announcement about the Saint Tail musical starting its national tour in July, hitting 23 locations. If you go to the musical venues, you can even enter a campaign to win original animation cells from TMS, the animation company. The page also features the cast for the musical: Sakurai Tomo as Mamie Saint Tail, Maeda Noriko as Sister Seira, Yamagata Yukio as Mamie's father, Okano Kosuke as Asuka Jr., and Nagasaki Moe as Machiko, who is Sayura's friend. So this page is hyping both the new Sega Saturn game and the stage musical adaptation of Saint Tail.
This page showcases 2 upcoming games. First up is Shell Shock, a shooting game that's getting a solid 90 out of 100. It sounds like a fast-paced, satisfying shooter with impressive 3D graphics for the Saturn. You play as a rookie soldier in the armored unit Da Valence, piloting an M13 Predator tank, and it emphasizes strategic weapon use against enemy tanks and helicopters. The reviewer seems to be enjoying the game's energetic feel and overall quality. Then there's Mahjong Taikai 2 Special from Koei, scoring a 40. This one is all about Mahjong, but with a quirky twist. It features polygon characters based on famous historical and fictional figures like Nostradamus, and even Momotaro. The game emphasizes the expressive faces of these characters during matches, adding a humorous element. The reviewer notes the interesting character selection including Napoleon, Holmes, and Momotaro, highlighting the game's light-hearted approach to Mahjong. Both games have screenshots to give you a visual idea of what to expect.
This page reviews 3 new Saturn game titles. Winning Post 2 Program 96 is a horse racing simulation where players manage a stable and breed horses over a 30-year period, with enhanced race scenes. It received a score of 50. Sangokushi Fi, Romance of the Three Kingdoms Vi, is a historical simulation game focused on unifying China, praised for its depth in strategy and management, and the Saturn version features enhanced commands and 3D battle scenes. It also earned a score of 50.
Finally, Mahjong 4 Shimai Wakakusa Monogatari is a lighthearted Mahjong minigame collection featuring cute characters and fan service elements. This title is noted for its easy gameplay and got a score of 80.
This page introduces Steeldom, a battle action game for Sega Saturn that has received a perfect score of 100. It's described as a game where 8 warriors fight for the Emperor, utilizing command-based special moves and slide and boost mechanics for dynamic combat. The reviewer highlights the intense battles and strategic depth using slides and boosts to gain an advantage. Moving on, there's information on a new adventure game called Daina Ailan from Game Arts, which was showcased at Tokyo Game Show 96. Limited edition posters were available for sale at the event in 2 sizes, priced at 2,500 yen and 1,500 yen, making them rare items. The page also features some new game scoops. Under the Sega Ages label, Afterburner 2 is mentioned as the 3rd title in the series, emphasizing its enhanced processing power compared to the 32X version. NetU presents Mitokumon Himaraya Yama, a rock climbing simulation game. Hamlet from Hakuhodo is introduced as a Feng Shui game, where you redesign a town based on Feng Shui principles to improve its fortune. Lastly, Nectar Interact is releasing Diary from Dear My Friend, an adventure game focusing on diary entries and romantic simulation with 4 different characters. This Sega Saturn preview of Ogre Battle, The March of the Black Queen, focuses on its revolutionary warfare narrative. The player's mission is to defeat Rashidi, the magic swordsman leader of the oppressive Zetaginia Empire. The game, developed by Riverhill Soft, is aiming for a September release and is described as a single-player simulation RPG suitable for all ages. The preview highlights the game's dramatic storyline, centered around a rebellion against the Empire, led by Empress Endora and the King of Grand Zenobia. Ogre Battle emphasizes sophisticated storytelling through presentation, dialogue, and emotionally charged event scenes, such as those featuring Lancelot, a knight. A unique feature mentioned is the tarot card system, which allows players to influence the protagonist's personality and abilities. Screenshots showcase the world map, event scenes, battles, and the tarot card system. The game is currently 70% complete. This page continues the preview of Ogre Battle, The March of the Black Queen, focusing on the dramatic story and key characters players will encounter. The article highlights emotionally charged event scenes that delve into character relationships and past events. We see screenshots featuring conversations with characters like Cabela and Lancelot, revealing their personalities and motivations. The page introduces 2 key characters. Warren, the astrologer, described as a wise elder statesman seeking to test the protagonist's abilities and recruit them to his cause. The other is Lancelot, The Holy Knight, a former leader now living in seclusion who becomes a vital ally. The article emphasizes the deep connections between these characters and their intertwined destinies. There's also advice for beginners, suggesting that event scenes are triggered by specific characters fighting bosses. It advises players to use characters with strong ties to bosses and battles to unlock these special scenes and learn more about character backgrounds and relationships. The article also touches on the chaos frame system, where player actions and choices affect the game's world and character relationships, emphasizing its importance in shaping the game's outcome. This page continues detailing Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, and dives into character creation, highlighting how the player shapes their protagonist. The game uses tarot cards at the beginning to determine the player's personality, which then influences the protagonist's abilities and fighting style from 4 available types. These types include a melee fighter good at close combat called a meat bullet warrior, a darkness manipulating magician using dark magic, a purification light monk who uses holy magic, and an advanced user beast user, a more complex class for experienced players. The page mentions that the protagonist's gender can also be chosen. A key character section focuses on the protagonist opinion leader role, which is tied to characters like Lancelot and the Old King Gran, and the class system, hinting at strategic character development. Finally, the Tarot Cards Reveal the Future section reiterates the importance of tarot cards in shaping the protagonist's destiny and how they influence the overall game experience. It emphasizes that these cards are more than just random. They deeply connect to the game's themes of fate and character. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn game, Duke You Say If. It highlights the game's theme of an unforgettable summer starting on August 10th. The advertisement announces the release date as August 9th, Friday, and the suggested retail price as 7,800 yen, excluding tax. The text emphasizes creating unforgettable summer memories with the game. Visually, the page features anime artwork, including close-up shots of characters and scenes that seem to depict school life and summer settings. There's a collage-like layout, using photo frame elements to display different scenes and characters from the game. The bottom section provides standard company information, such as the publisher NEC Interchannel, their address, phone number, and copyright details. Reader Station Volume 7 features reader submissions and opinions. RS Diary highlights diverse experiences, fireworks festivals, Saturn console repairs, a penguin playing mahjong, and observations of game shop gatherings. Numerical Power discusses game popularity, with a reader experiencing Virtua Fighter 2 and another feeling disconnected from current trends. Listen reveals a reader seeking arcade stick setup advice, detailing their collection of 6 sticks and controllers for Virtua Fighter 2 matches. Truth Is presents a confession about a reader using their SEGA Saturn modem for work, incurring phone charges. The issue concludes with a humorous image of Death Throttle and a GameShop advertisement for Kimasoft Pack in Fukuoka Prefecture. The next page continues with reader submissions under the Free Talk section of Rs Station. One reader expresses their desire to see the Troubled Children series make a comeback, mentioning enjoying Kitschworks titles and feeling nostalgic for games that inspire player-submitted content. And another reader talks about the trend of bonus music creds, included with Crydrom software, noting they'd rather have more game content instead. A reader revisits the discussion about Saturn console colors from the July 12th issue, expressing a preference for white controllers, especially a white codeless pad. Someone else is excited about the revival of Burst Striker and celebrates Burst Revival Banzai. We then have smaller snippets from different readers. One from Tokyo named Capicone seems to be discussing Lunar and a possible misunderstanding about the title. Another from Saitama Prefecture, Kuribu, mentions cyberbots and the character Saotome-kun. Finally, from Akita Prefecture, Ong Hatsumi mentions Dragon Force and makes a comment about 1 month lies. The page also features images. There's an image related to Lunar, Silver Star Story, another showing Cyberbots gameplay, and one featuring characters from Dragon Force. A small cartoon strip is at the top of the page, featuring 2 characters talking. This Rs Station page focuses on arcade experiences, featuring reader submissions. One reader reminisces about Virtua Fighter 2, praising its unique, hand-drawn feel despite its lower polygon count. And another discusses prize machines, acknowledging the challenge and strategy involved in winning prizes like dolls and toys, while also questioning the prevalence of pachinko-like arcades. A third reader, Yoko Takita, advocates for beginner-friendly arcade machines in areas, particularly for women, citing intimidation from skilled players in fighting games. She favors games requiring real techniques over those reliant on CPU patterns. The page also introduces a new theme, thinking about network battles, soliciting ideas for online play. Finally, the page includes reader art, illustrations of 2D fighting games, Last Bronx, Dazeman, and Virtual On, the latter referencing the Saturn release date. This page of our station dives into reader experiences and opinions. We kick off with a reader from Tokushima Prefecture, a 14-year-old named Kine, sharing a story about their brother winning a lion figure from a UFO catcher, specifically mentioning the Virtua Fighter CG portrait series, Lion Rafale. Then there's a quick style comment from a 26-year-old in Tokyo, Senichi no Hitomi, simply stating, "I am in a blazer." Moving on to practical tips, there's a Dicky guide for making your own CD rack, and a useful tip on reinforcing cardboard boxes with duct tape for game storage. The Hooray for Useless Games section features a reader from Tokyo, Dakubin, excited about a baseball game. They emphasize its realism, highlighting motion capture and real-time calculations to simulate everything from batting angles to ball trajectories and even sliding catches. It sounds like a deep simulation, using player data from '96 and even having editing features. Apparently, Katsuya Nomura, a famous baseball figure, was involved in the motion capture. In Young Master's request, a 19-year-old reader named Meg from Kanagawa Prefecture recounts seeing older players engrossed in Virtual On at an arcade. They were impressed and now want to try it themselves. Finally, "This should be ported" section shows an image of a cute girl character and looks like a reader suggestion for a game port. Credited to Megyu from Akichi Prefecture and Tsurugi Ken from Ibaraki Prefecture. And lastly, someone just wants a Slayers game adaptation. Our station is featuring reader submissions and various content. Hooray for Useless Games highlights reader opinions on games, including a detailed baseball simulation, a humorous Barcha Ninja game, Barcha Time, and a Puni Puni game. King's Ear presents reader requests and rumors. There's buzz about a hidden character in the Saturn Sailor Moon game, and the Battle Skin Panic system in Vipers. The next wave E0 is speculated to be F1 themed, and there's mention of a Stevie T voice video clip. Additionally, the issue includes reader-submitted 4-panel comics and an information section encouraging submissions of illustrations, writings, and photos for prizes, including software. The magazine is also requesting suggestions for new content. A small correction is provided for the July 26th issue. This page dives into the world of Sega Saturn game soundtracks, highlighting some hidden gems and offering a comprehensive guide to collecting them. There's an interview with Naito from the Sega Sound team, who talks about the appeal of listening to game music on CD, especially the high-quality audio that Clydroms offer compared to older formats like ROM cartridges. He mentions that Saturn games often have longer, more elaborate musical pieces that get shortened for the game itself, so soundtrack creds offer the full versions. Naito also recommends soundtracks for games like Clockwork Knight, Victory Goal 96, and Sega Rally, emphasizing their musical quality. The page features a list of Saturn software soundtrack CDs, with titles, release dates, manufacturers, and prices, ranging around 2,500 yen, 2,800 yen, and some cheaper ones around 800 yen. Titles include soundtracks for Clockwork Knight, Panzer Dragoon, Magical Knight Rayearth, Shining Wisdom, Guardian Heroes, Dragon Force, and Nights into Dreams. Moving on. There's a section on Sega Bit Video Magazine, which seems to be a video service showcasing Sega Saturn game footage and promotional videos. /Sega Saturn is also mentioned, possibly another video-related content. Finally, it mentions latest Sega information can be accessed through Sega Joy Telephone for recorded messages, and Sega Fax Club for information via fax, highlighting different ways to stay updated on Sega news back then. This Sega Press Q and a diary page features reader interactions and editorial comments. Sega responds to a question about acquiring rare software, stating it's unavailable. A reader asks about life simulation games, and Sega confirms their target audience is female players, highlighting a long-term industry goal. Another reader praises Nights into Dreams, appreciating its graphics, music, and gameplay. The page references a desire for a Saturn remake of Sonic, implying a strong fanbase. The Sega Public Relations Diary shows editor experiences. Bambuchen enjoys classic games like Sword of Vermilion. Nungokokun attends a Sega Rally event and notes the cancellation of Sega Rally 3. Honey Hana-chan relaxes with music software on the Saturn. Gamer Miki gets a haircut, enjoys Sega Ages game samples, and attends an SST Band live show. Finally, a giveaway of Sonic and Tails merchandise is announced.
This page reviews a location test for the unfinished Virtua Fighter 3, highlighting its impressive visual upgrade from Virtua Fighter 2, particularly the character models and graphics. The reviewer noted the game's early development stage, but was enthusiastic about the 3D character movements and the excitement it generated. Gameplay improvements and new moves were also mentioned. The author expressed anticipation for the completed version, hoping for further polish and balance. The page also covers a Virtua Fighter 2-inches 100-person Kumite event, held in Akita and Shizuoka, which was a success despite the game's age, attracting a large number of participants and showcasing the community's enduring interest. The event's popularity underlined the anticipation for Virtua Fighter 3. Finally, the page included a small personal column about the author's experience with breastfeeding.
Warp has come to Haneda. Reviews Nights into Dreams, questioning if it can compete with the hype surrounding Nights. The review highlights the evolution of Saturn technical communication, praising the game's amazing and great quality after 2 hours of gameplay, including reaching the ending. The reviewer raves about the cool aspects, fantastic music and sound, especially the stage BGM, and the theme song, Dreams Dreams. The game's depth and Tomoko Sasaki's work are also lauded. A section titled Saturn Teaching Communication showcases reader submissions, discussing Knight's popularity, and mentioning figures like Sasaki Tomoko. The address section provides contact details for the magazine, part of SoftBank's SEGA Saturn magazine in Tokyo. The editorial department seeks reader feedback about the magazine's warp-like nature, hinting at its unpredictable and exciting style, and mentions connections to Sega's AM3 research lab. The high-tech column explores the Sega Saturn's potential beyond gaming, focusing on its business applications as an information terminal. The article highlights the modem kit, transforming the Saturn into a multimedia platform for showrooms and corporate use, utilizing CD-ROMs and web browsing. The Saturn is presented as a user-friendly, cost-effective alternative to FIACs, ideal for public-facing information kiosks and replacing paper catalogs. The article discusses CD-ROM title creation for business, leveraging the Saturn's 3D graphics capabilities for product catalogs and guides. Furthermore, the introduction of QuickTime Media Layer is presented as a game-changer, potentially allowing the Saturn to play PC-like titles and enhancing network compatibility. With network standardization slated for July 27th, the Saturn is positioned as a competitor in the business multimedia arena, emphasizing its network capabilities despite facing competition from PlayStation and Nintendo 64.
This page showcases a selection of anthology comic books. First up is Vampire Hunter, Darkstalker's Revenge anthology comic, based on the popular arcade and console fighting game. It's packed with artwork and comics by various artists, with contributors for comics including Shima, Isutoshi, Shim, Bum, Doctor, and Bumina. Illustration contributors are Yoshike, 202, and next we have Kanden 2, anthology comic for the PlayStation game Kanden 2. It seems to feature 4 panel comics and illustrations, promising a collection of diverse works. Following that is Haunted House Party 2, Just a Little Strongest Legend, anthology comic. This one is also based on a PlayStation game, and features comics and illustrations from various artists in a similar anthology format. Then, there's Kanden Anthology Comic, which appears to be for the original Kanden game. It features comics and illustrations, with contributors including Ann Doctor. Lastly, we see Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise All-Stars 4-Player Battle, anthology comic. This one focuses on the Super Real Mahjong series, and features beautiful girls from the original story in comic and illustration form. Contributors include Y and. At the bottom there's a near-future release announcement for a Pocket Monster 4 Command provisional comic book, scheduled for release in August, suggesting a Pokemon-themed comic is on the horizon. This page is all about celebrating the end of an era for Mizdos Gaming, with a special issue dedicated to original compile games. It looks like an advert for Disk Station DS Volume 11, which is packed with a bunch of cool titles.
We can see screenshots from a variety of games. Here's Nazo Puyo, which is a puzzle game spin-off from the Puyo Puyo series, focusing on puzzle questions. Then there's Blyastea, a platformer, which they've tagged as a jump hero. Another screenshot shows what seems like a stat screen from an RPG-style game, maybe called Fighter Life or similar, showcasing character levels and health points. Tanakin Kid, a maze-based game, is also featured. Lastly, there's Fire Leo, a card battle game that seems to have some oriental magic theme going on. The text at the bottom makes it clear that this Disk Station Volume 11 is currently on sale, and that it's the last MS-DOS version. Excitingly, they mention that Volume 12 onwards will be for Windows 95, with the next release planned for early September, marking a shift to the newer operating system. It sounds like a great collection of Compile's original MS-DOS creations before they moved on to the Windows platform. This page is all about the wacky world of Earthworm Jim, as he's back in Earthworm Jim 2. It seems like he's even more powerful this time, with the tagline mentioning he's causing mayhem. We can see a big image of Jim's hand flashing a peace sign, and some gameplay screenshots featuring his bizarre adventures, including cows and some kind of underwater level. The page is announcing the Japanese release of Earthworm Jim 2 on August 9th, priced at 5,800 yen. It also mentions the game will be showcased at the Tokyo Game Show 96, which is happening from August 22nd to 24th at Tokyo Big Sight. So get ready to take it easy with Earthworm Jim again soon. This page showcases the upcoming Dragon Ball Z game for the Sega Saturn, Dragon Ball Z: The Legend. The page is screaming excitement for this new title, featuring a close-up of Cell and Vegeta, promising a new battlefield for fans. It seems like this game is already out, boasting "now on sale" and highlighting active playing animation as a key feature. The price point is listed at 5,800 yen, which is pretty standard for new releases. If you're a Dragon Ball Z fan and own a Sega Saturn, this page is definitely grabbing your attention to jump into the action. This page is completely focused on the brand new Dragon Ball Z, the Legend game for the Sega Saturn. It's really hyping up the complete and flawless Dragon Ball world. The main headline shouts, "Rewrite the legend!" which is pretty exciting for fans. You can see Goku in Super Saiyan form, Frieza, and Majin Buu are prominently displayed, suggesting these characters will be key in the game. The page boasts about 8-directional 3D action that creates active playing animation, allowing players to completely recreate famous scenes from the anime. They emphasize the force and realism, bringing the battles to life. There are 3 screenshots showcasing different aspects of the gameplay. The first one is titled Spatial Battle, emphasizing large-scale battles across the battlefield. The second is Comrades Who Watch Over You, showing a team battle dynamic where allies can support you. Finally, Explosion! Ultimate Kamehameha Wave highlights special moves, mentioning Z Warriors and Enemy Warriors using polygon effects to recreate special techniques like the Spirit Bomb and Big Bang Attack. It also includes contact information for Bandai Game Station and the Bandai logo, confirming they are the publisher. Overall, it's a full-page advert designed to get Dragon Ball Z fans pumped for this Saturn title. This page highlights the latest installment in the Fatal Fury series, Real Bout Fatal Fury, for the Sega Saturn. The central image features Geese Howard looking menacing, seated on a throne, with shadowy figures behind him, suggesting he's back and in charge. The text talks about Geese Howard as the last boss, returning after 4 years, and asks if Terry or Andy will be the ones to defeat him, or perhaps a third challenger. The tagline is, "Farewell Geese." The screenshots at the bottom show in-game action, with characters like Geese Howard facing off against Terry Bogard, and Jin Chonshu fighting Jin Chonrei. It's really pushing the game as the newest entry in the series, arriving on Sega Saturn. Below the screenshots is the release date of August 23rd, and a price of 8,800 yen, excluding tax. It looks like a full-page advert to get fans hyped for the release of Real Bout Fatal Fury on the Sega Saturn. This page delves into Langrisser 2 with a feature titled Langrisser 2 Maiden Core Chronicles Volume 6. It reads like a humorous Q and a or interview, focusing on romantic relationships within the game, especially around the character Die Hard. They joke about childhood friend tropes, princess scenarios, and the complexities of romance in the game.
There's also an interview with producer Yoshiyuki Takada and Mr. Yoshio Yadate, where they discuss the game's development. They touch upon various aspects like the impactful sound effects, character design that's both appealing and easy to work with, and the careful crafting of scenarios. They mention a possible change to the title screen and express confidence in the game's balance between gameplay and story. They also mention the game being balanced to ensure the player's efforts are rewarded and the inclusion of mature themes. Finally, in the Messiah Answers Galkan illustration announcement section, it seems they're addressing reader questions and highlighting fan submissions, possibly artwork, related to Galkan, which likely refers to the world or setting of Langrisser. They note the popularity of male characters like Die Hard and Riffany and discuss the appeal of female characters, particularly Free, and how players are drawn to strong women. They also showcase reader comments and character profiles with cute illustrations. It appears to be a section dedicated to fan interaction and celebrating the game's characters. SNK World 96 highlights Slink's Neo Geo games. The magazine begins with SNK information, showcasing new team setups in fighting games, possibly for King of Fighters 96. Stank's Essence promotes a RAM cartridge for Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. Strongest Neo Geo Gamers Road features Ninja Masters and offers expert tips on combos and advanced techniques, with specific button combinations detailed. Alternative version Hanosan likely offers character descriptions related to Samurai Showdown. Finally, the SNK Furukuzu Gathering Room includes reader interaction sections like a love couple segment, a prize giveaway, present corner, and an art/message showcase, Earth Pilgrimage, demonstrating fan engagement. This page is a snapshot of Capcom content, featuring a mix of announcements, fan engagement, and game-specific information. A potential for bringing D&D arcade games to home consoles is teased, with a Capcom representative gauging fan interest. A D&D popular character poll is announced, gauging favorite characters. Street Fighter collections are reviewed positively, highlighting various iterations. Reader submissions are showcased in Everyone's Postcard Corner, with illustrations, opinions, and gameplay tips. A Hello Pep Talk room discusses games like Biohazard and others. The Mini Knowledge Bag Tactics provides Street Fighter Alpha 2 gameplay strategies and combo tutorials. Finally, the page advertises the upcoming 02 Dance Music Collection album and teases content for the next issue, including Vampire Hunter prizes. SEGA Saturn Magazine's licensee updates highlight summer-themed game discussions. Acclaim Japan recommends horror games and comfortable gaming gear. Athena promotes puzzle games, including a Digimon contest, and upcoming internet-enabled Saturn titles. Atlas enthusiastically showcases the Devil Summoner Soul Hackers special box. Imagineer teases their new game Fist, with impressive graphics and voice acting. Electronic Arts Victor discusses summer driving games like Road Rash. Elf hints at progress on Dragon Knight game. Enix focuses on the summer vacation theme with their Sailor Moon Supers game and upcoming anime. Hikari promotes their Mahjong game. Karaida discusses MPEG playback research. Deleco anticipates Tokyo Game Show 96, showcasing new titles. Sunsoft offers advice on pet care during the summer heat. SEGA Saturn licensees offer summer reflections and game updates. SoftBank promotes Destruction Derby, and Taito recommends Puzzle Bobble 2X and ray tracers for indoor play. Time Warner Interactive hints at scary games. Takara recalls summer traditions, while ESoft teases a new simulation game. Tommy previews autumn games, and Bandai Visual admires game demos, humorously lamenting the lack of horror titles. Banpresto focuses on action games, preparing Tokyo Game Show 96 titles. Victor Entertainment highlights Assault Suits Vulcan 2. Prebing previews pixel art and Tokyo Game Show preparations. Microcabin focuses on soundwork and CD releases. Mizuki recommends garlic chips for gaming, and Media Ring discusses beer, snacks, and racing game videos. Media reflects on pool season. Finally, Licensee Space invites postcard submissions for game ideas. This page is a SEGA Saturn software databank covering releases from November 1994 to July 1996. It's designed to give players a snapshot of the current software lineup. It mentions reader scores and professional review scores as a reference point for gamers looking to purchase software.
The page is mainly tables filled with game data. Looking at the games listed, you can see a mix of genres. For example, there's Virtua Fighter, kicking things off with a high score, followed by adventure titles like Myst, and puzzle games like Wanchai Connection. You also see racing games like Daytona USA, RPGS, and action titles scattered throughout the lists. It seems to be organized by release month, starting from November 94 and going into 95 and 96. There's a lot of data here, including genres, prices, and scores, and even notes on compatible peripherals like mice and joysticks. It looks like a comprehensive guide for Saturn owners at the time to see what's available and what's rated well. The page is dense with information, but essentially functions as a software catalog with ratings and key details for players to check out. This page continues the SEGA Saturn software databank, filled with more game releases and information. It's mainly tables listing game titles, publishers, genres, prices, and review scores. We can see more games from late 1995 and early 1996. Games like Street Fighter Zero, which would be known as Street Fighter Alpha internationally, Guardian Heroes, Siberia, Deathmask, Vampire Hunter, known as Darkstalkers, The Night Warriors, and Puzzle Bobble 3 are featured. There are also racing games, RPGS, and action titles throughout the list, much like the previous page. The page provides a snapshot of the Saturn's game library at that time, offering gamers a guide with ratings to help them choose their next game. It's still dense with data, but it's essentially a software catalog with scores and key details for players. This page continues the software databank, showing more SEGA Saturn games released around late 1995 and early 1996. It's still mostly tables, with game titles, genres, publishers, prices, and review scores. We see titles like Street Fighter Alpha 2, Guardian Heroes, Siberia, Darkstalkers, Vampire Hunter, Puzzle Bobble 3, and many others across various genres including RPGS, action, and shooting games. The ratings provide insights into game quality at the time. At the bottom of the page, there's a section titled Saturn Peripheral Sales Ranking. Is number 1 that? It talks about the top 3 selling Saturn peripherals. First is the Power Memory, second is the Virtua Cop Light Gun, and third is the Virtua Stick Arcade Stick. The text discusses how the Power Memory is essential for save data, and the Virtua Cop Light Gun is also popular. It questions why arcade sticks aren't more common, considering the Saturn's strong fighting game library, suggesting that perhaps the price is a barrier, or that the number of true fighting game fans isn't that high. The next page continues the SEGA Saturn software databank, and we're seeing even more game titles listed here in Japanese alphabetical order. It's a huge catalog showing the breadth of the Saturn's game library. Looking through, we can see titles like Darkseed, the surreal adventure game, and Deathmask is also mentioned. Of course, fighting games are prominent with Street Fighter Zero, which we know internationally as Street Fighter Alpha, and the ever-popular Virtua Fighter 2 is present too. For something different, Nights into Dreams is listed, showcasing Sega's unique and imaginative platforming. RPG fans get a nod with Panzer Dragoon Saga appearing, though it might be still early in its release timeframe here. Puzzle fans aren't left out either, with Myst being included in the list. This databank really emphasizes how diverse the Saturn software lineup was, covering everything from action and fighting games to adventure and puzzle titles, providing a fantastic overview for players at the time. This page continues the new software schedule for the SEGA Saturn. It's packed with upcoming games spanning a wide variety of genres, including action, RPG, sports, racing, and puzzle titles. We can spot racing games like Road Rash and sports simulations, such as winning Post 2 Program 96. For fighting game enthusiasts, World Heroes Perfect is listed. Adventure and RPG titles are also present, demonstrating the diverse gaming landscape the Saturn offered. Beyond just games, this schedule also highlights SEGA Saturn accessories, such as a new Virtua Stick, the SEGA Saturn keyboard, and even a modem set, showing the system's growing capabilities. This page reinforces the Saturn's dedication to providing diverse gaming experiences, from fast-paced action to strategic gameplay and beyond. This page is packed with even more upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. Continuing the new software schedule, we're seeing games lined up for summer, autumn, winter of 96, and even some for 97. There's a great variety of genres on display, including RPGS like Lunar Silver Star Story and Her Sex Adventures.
action games such as Rayman 2, and sports titles like Worldwide Soccer 97 and World Series Baseball 2. You can also spot puzzle games and strategy titles in the mix. The SATURN editorial check section is giving us the inside scoop, mentioning upcoming love simulation games and arcade fighting games that are generating buzz. They also hint at exciting announcements from the Tokyo Game Show and further RPG developments in the works. It definitely sounds like Saturn fans have a lot to look forward to. This page details a SEGA Saturn Magazine reader survey. Instructions are provided on how to complete the postcard survey, emphasizing clear handwriting. The survey asks about demographics, gender, age, occupation, Saturn ownership, gaming frequency, and interest in magazine articles. The survey delves into reader opinions on the current issue's content, hardware ownership, and future purchases. It includes a software list of desired games and a request to select the top 10 favorite games from a provided list. The page also features 3 tables. Table 1 lists articles in the issue. Table 2 is a hardware list showcasing various Saturn consoles and accessories, and Table 3 is a comprehensive software list spanning diverse genres, highlighting the Saturn's game library breadth. The games range from RPGs to fighting games and shoot-'em-ups. This page is showcasing the game Dokusei If for the SEGA Saturn, and it looks like a promotional advertisement. There are several screenshots from the game highlighting different scenes, including a character eating, characters in an elevator, and scenes at a swimming pool. The text discusses the game's high-resolution graphics, mentioning it uses 140,800 microparticles for detailed images. It also mentions the release date as August 9th and the price as 7,800 yen. The text emphasizes how immersive the game is, suggesting it can completely change a person in 3 weeks. There's a completion rate of 180%, which is probably an indicator of how finished the game is at this stage, or perhaps an exaggeration for marketing. A writer's comment praises the high-resolution graphics as setting a new standard. In the bottom right corner, there's a character saying, "Delicious! Gulp, gulp! Ha! Morning milk! The best!" It seems to be promoting the game as having impressive visuals and engaging gameplay. This page is a preview for the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Dokusei If, showcasing the game's setting, Sakigake Town. It highlights the vastness of the game world and the numerous events you can experience. The page features an area map of Sakigake Town, numbered from 1 to 43, indicating different locations. Several screenshots are scattered around the page, each depicting scenes from the game at various locations. Descriptions of key places are provided, such as the small park, which is described as a common meeting place with a relaxing atmosphere. Sakigake Station is your hub for moving to different areas within the game. The Otimtim Tea House is mentioned as a popular hangout spot for female students, offering a place for conversations and light meals. Friends' houses allow you to meet friends of the main character. The flower shop is associated with flower arranging and/or part-time work. For a bit of a different flavor, there's the Quiz Brothers house, where you can challenge 5 brothers to quizzes for prizes. Lastly, the 4-dimensional house offers a place to kill time for free, useful when you need to manage your in-game schedule. It seems like the game is going to be quite expansive, with many locations and events to explore. Dokusei If features a vast game world, explored through several key locations in Sakigake towns. These include the Takutaku Mansion for secret meetings, the boutique for date attire, and Tuatari Hospital with potential nurse interactions. The pharmacy offers opportunities for relationship building, and the riverside area Kawatu and Totashura serves as an after-school hangout. Fujita Manufacturing might introduce past acquaintances. The fortune teller Baba's house provides gameplay hints, while the spirit medium's house lets players learn about girls' feelings. Screenshots show diverse interactions: a girl wanting to be spoiled, considerations about shopping together, worries about a Go tournament, and workplace settings. These interactions suggest a focus on relationship building and exploring various social scenarios. This guide provides a tour of Sakigake Academy in the game Dokusei If. The school consists of the school building, pool, and schoolyard. The building, though large, restricts access, and navigating floors takes time. Key areas include the schoolyard, where you meet students, and possibly Mei Matsukaze. The pool hosts the swimming club, and also features Mei. The first floor has the staff room, featuring interactions with teachers like Mr. Sawakita. The second floor contains the health room,
possibly featuring Miss Takamine. The third floor houses third-year classrooms and the broadcast room, potentially related to after-school clubs. The rooftop offers a place for a break. The guide focuses on the setting and potential interactions within these areas. This page introduces the downtown area of Yabukicho, a bustling spot described as being popular with everyone from young people to adults. It's presented as an area map, outlining various locations within Yabukicho like an amusement park, construction site, disco, residences, mansion, a bar called Cat's Eye, barbecue restaurant, train station, port, and a movie theater. Each location has a short description suggesting what you can do there, often hinting at dating and events, suggesting you can have a good time even without specific plans. The page uses screenshots to showcase scenes from the game taking place in locations like a pool, barbecue restaurant, the Cat's Eye bar, a park, and the movie theater. The dialogues in the screenshots hint at dating scenarios and character interactions, with prices mentioned, possibly indicating in-game costs for dates or activities. It looks like a dating simulation game, where players can explore Yabukicho and go on dates at these various locations. This guide for classmates offers 5 key tips for new players. First, explore the game world freely to discover characters and advance the story. Second, pay attention to time, as locations and characters are available at specific times. Third, use the in-game PC to manage and confirm dates, as well as track character profiles and dating schedules. Fourth, carefully consider dialogue choices, as they significantly impact the story. Fifth, if one approach doesn't work, try another of the 17 female characters. An interview with Toshihide Tabata discusses the Saturn version, highlighting enhancements such as improved graphics, additional scenarios, and a deeper storyline. The Saturn version aims for a polished experience with high-resolution graphics and visual refinements. This page is all about the 3D sound in Horned Head Casino for the SEGA Saturn, highlighting how realistic the audio experience is meant to be. They're calling it 3D sound magic you can really feel in your ears. The page introduces a Hina-kun, which is a dummy head with microphones used to record the game's audio in 3D. They emphasize that this technology captures sounds accurately, creating a realistic feeling of distance and direction. The game itself seems to be focused on beautiful women, and the article asks, can you withstand this temptation? It talks about the immersive sweet whispers and seductive voices of the women you'll encounter in the game, especially in the theater room scenes. They are really pushing the idea of feeling like you are there with these characters. There's also mention of a haunted mansion style section, where you'll hear sounds of resentment or maybe even sweet whispers, creating suspense. And finally, they talk about the dealer in the poker or card games being a good talker, suggesting you'll have conversations with her, and that these conversations are also part of the 3D sound experience, making you feel like she's speaking directly to you. It seems like the game blends casino elements with suggestive scenarios and advanced audio to create a unique experience. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Sakura Wars. It's a scoop revealing fresh information about this highly anticipated title. The page is showing off character designs, specifically focusing on the combat uniforms of the Imperial Assault Force Flower Division. It mentions that this is the first time they are showing off individual character poses in their combat gear, even though the uniforms themselves have been seen before. The game's completion rate is still unknown, but it's scheduled for release in September. Sakura Wars is described as a dramatic adventure game for the SEGA Saturn, and it supports mouse control for single player. The writer expresses excitement, mentioning interviews with the mecha designer Akira Okawara and setting supervisor Kaneko, promising to deepen the player's understanding of the Sakura Wars world and design secrets, particularly around the Kubu mecha. They are clearly looking forward to the game's September release. This page has 2 scoops. The first one is about a mysterious cooking event being discovered in a game. It looks like Ogami and Maria are comically depicted as chefs in a kitchen, and they're making something in a big pot. The reviewer is speculating if it might be curry, based on the pot's size and the color of the contents. There's a screenshot showing gameplay with instructions about adjusting the heat and cooking time for 30 minutes, suggesting some sort of cooking minigame is involved. The second scoop is titled, Suppress the Evil Deeds of the Death Lord, and focuses on a scene where the Black Demon Party is destroying a town. This looks like a simulation or strategy game. Apparently, you'll face the Death Lord Black Peony as a boss, along with many enemies. The reviewer highlights that the player character, Kagami, will be able to showcase their skills in this battle, The screenshots show tactical combat maps with units, dialogue boxes, and action happening in a Japanese-style setting with cherry blossom trees. It seems like you need to strategically deploy your units to defeat the enemies. This page continues with more details on the reliability system. Scoop 4 clarifies that while high reliability with characters boosts their battle stats, this bonus is only for the current story chapter. So if you build up Sakura's trust in the first chapter, her stats will be higher in those battles, but the boost resets in later chapters. It looks like building trust is important within each chapter's narrative.
Scoop 5 is all about love scenes with Ogami and the squad members. Apparently, as you build up trust with your team, you'll unlock more and more events with them, including these love scenes. The page teases these romantic moments and mentions both initial events and love scenes as rewards for increasing character reliability. They even suggest there might be events with Ayame and Kohata, hinting at a wide range of character interactions depending on your relationship building. It seems raising reliability is key to seeing all sorts of character-focused events, from initial encounters to potentially romantic scenes, which builds upon the tactical combat and events mentioned previously. This page continues the hype, declaring, "This is dramatic adventure!" and highlights Scoop 6, which delves into the event scenes. It mentions that the event scenes in this dreamlike, dramatic adventure are mostly voiced, emphasizing their quality. Depending on your accumulated reliability, you'll see various events, not just standard ones. Besides what's shown, there are many more events planned. Whether you can see events with your favorite characters depends on you playing. It also teases that these event scenes are anime-like, hinting at something even more exciting. Below, you can see character portraits labeled Sakura, Sumire, Maria, Kohana, Iris, and Kana, alongside screenshots that seem to represent these event scenes. Moving on to Scoop 7, it shouts, "Capture the battle scenes of Chapter 4 and 5. This section seems to be focusing on the battle scenes from the 4th and 5th chapters, and it provides a list of titles from Chapter 1 to 5. The chapter titles are Chapter 1, Imperial Capital, Flower Troop. Chapter 2, Enemy's name is Kurokumo Ikusa. Chapter 3, Or is Squad Leader Incompetent. Chapter 4, Rampage, Riot, Great Riot. And Chapter 5, Flowers and Maidens, Maiden's Heart. The screenshots below Scoop 7 display tactical battle scenes with mechs, showing different combat situations, like attacking enemies and using special moves, with some text describing the battles as intense and asking about the strategy involved, and highlighting the visual style. It seems to be showcasing the gameplay beyond just the story and events.
This page is all about Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldian, announcing that development is complete and the game is 100% finished. The page gives a brief overview of the story, mentioning that the adventure involves a journey from Goat Town, aiming for a floating castle, passing through places like the towns of Waran and Tura, where mysterious incidents are happening. We get a look at maps of areas within the game. There are maps of the town of Kura, where man across several floors, and a map of Tura Town. A text mentions that Wara Town is a town with a layered structure, and that in Map 4 a certain event will occur.
It suggests you should check for weapons and items in Tura.
The page also includes small screenshots embedded within the map sections, showing in-game scenes. At the top right, there's a large illustration of a striking woman with flowing white hair and a red outfit, along with 2 male characters in the background, likely key characters from Albert Odyssey. This page continues the preview for Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldian, and introduces a new character, Eamon Walker, described as a Birdman new half and a skilled warrior. He seems to be joining the party as a companion.
The page details a quest in the town of Tura, where mysterious incidents are occurring. A party encounters suspicious beastmen and a necromancer. It seems the necromancer was behind the troubles in Waran and Tura, and the party needs to seek help from the village elders to resolve the situation. The preview then shifts to a new location, Bag Dunyal, described as being reached after crossing a desert. The party encounters more trouble, this time involving a wyvern and a powerful enemy called Bernard and Estan. Bernard is a strong magic user, and Estan appears to be his powerful summon. The preview suggests a challenging battle ahead, with the text exclaiming, "Bernard, farewell!" suggesting a showdown. There are screenshots showing the party navigating maps, engaging in battles, and cutscenes with dialogue, giving a glimpse of the game's world and gameplay. The overall tone is building excitement for the game's release, highlighting the story, characters, and challenging encounters.
This page continues the Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldian preview, and dives into the assault on Ladria's headquarters, the floating castle. We see Rue taking a central role in strategy meetings, dealing with magical barriers surrounding the castle, and generally being very active in the party's plans. The page then introduces Ladria Eldine, highlighting her as a key figure and antagonist. She's connected to the three sisters, and her backstory involves a crystal of contract. It seems she's a formidable opponent. A major plot development revealed here is the transformation of Fatty. He breaks free from a seal due to Ladria's magic and becomes the Holy Sword.
Eldian. This is presented as a significant power-up for the party and a turning point in the story. We see screenshots of this transformation and Eldian in action during battles. Overall, the page is building up to a climax, focusing on the strategic assault on the floating castle and the dramatic reveal of Eldian, promising exciting developments in the game. It emphasizes the importance of Ruku and Ladria as central figures in this part of the adventure.
This page continues the Albert Odyssey. Legend of Eldian preview, picking up after the piece that was supposed to happen. It seems things aren't quite over, as the story is taking a new turn. We are introduced to Carol Turner, who seems to be quite the character, with some gameplay shots showing her in action and some dialogue boxes. It looks like she's a significant part of the unfolding events. There's also a section about a reunion with Raya, showing a group of characters in a forest setting, hinting at further developments in the narrative. It's mentioned that the next issue will delve into dungeon and sub-scenarios, suggesting there's still a lot more to explore in the game. Apart from the game preview, the page highlights the Albert Odyssey Gaiden illustration contest, reminding readers about the approaching deadline on August 20th. The announcement of winners will be in the September 27th issue, which hits shelves on September 13th. We can see examples of fan art submissions, showcasing the community's engagement with the game, with pieces from artists in Okinawa, Kanagawa, and Chiba prefectures. Overall, the page keeps the excitement going for Albert Odyssey, while engaging the community with the art contest. This page showcases Dark Savior, with a 90% completion rating and an expected release date around August 30th. It's described as an action RPG for one player, compatible with the SEGA multi-controller and suitable for all ages. There's an announcement for a promotional video featuring Anne Lewis's song Koi wo Nimurasete, Let Love Sleep. It mentions a shocking fact discovery related to the game's radio drama, which is apparently 12 episodes long and airs weekly. The story revolves around the protagonist and companions traveling by ship and confronting villains. They mention that even people who don't play the game might find the radio drama interesting. The page also features an interview with voice actress Komachi Yano, who voices the character Komachi in Dark Savior. She talks about her experience with the role and mentions that Komachi is a witch girl type character, but not the usual older sister archetype. She enjoys RPG and adventure games herself. Finally, there is an advertisement for the Dark Savior Sound Factory series Keeds, including A Hunt for the Lies, a sound drama, CD, released August 21st. Original soundtrack featuring game music, released September 4th. Original vocal track, containing vocal tracks including Anne Lewis's song and Komachi Yano's songs, released September 21st. Released September 21st. The stats offer a chance to win telephone cards as a prize for buyers. This page continues to showcase Dark Savior. We can see the game logo and some character art in the top corner. There are also song lyrics printed, which are likely related to the game's soundtrack. Moving down, there's an announcement for a present quiz, where you can win some cool prizes like a SEGA Saturn console, game controllers, and even Dark Savior goods. To enter, you have to guess keywords hidden in the game. The page also includes an interview with Komachi Yano, who voices the character Komachi in Dark Savior. She shares her thoughts on voicing Komachi, mentioning that she's a witch girl type, but not the usual older sister type. She also talks about enjoying RPGs and adventure games in general, and finds voice acting for games quite interesting, especially because she gets to learn about the character and story as she goes. Finally, we see a cool manga-style illustration of the character Komachi, highlighting her design and presence in the game. This page dives into Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei, revealing the opening stages of the game. It's titled Galilei Island Lundy and Jan Before Arrival, and showcases the beginning of their adventure. The article explains that after the events of the previous game, Lundy and Jan are tasked with finding the word note on Galilei Island. They spot a fleet of submarines as they approach the island, and something seems to be stirring within the island itself. We get a look at some gameplay sections, labeled Pi, which likely refers to Panzer Dragoon Inn as a comparison point. One section highlights Peranium as the power source, explaining its importance and how it can transform dragons. Another Pi section shows Lundy encountering enemies and emphasizes the dragon's ability to shift forms, suggesting a gameplay mechanic related to dragon evolution or transformation. The page also describes landing on Jaylee Island and starting an investigation. Lundy is greeted by Koltregin, the island's director, who seems welcoming but hides his true intentions. Lundy is tasked to investigate the word note and is directed to speak with a doctor and then to a bar in Jiei City. At the bar, he's asked to capture Adur, a person involved in a recent incident, and they believe Adur holds information about the word note. This sets up the initial quest and investigation on Galili Island in Panzer Dragoon II Zwei. This page continues the Panzer Dragoon Zwei adventure, moving from Galili Island to the Ramazan River. Following the director's orders, Ryu is tasked with finding Adur, who has escaped to the Ramazan River. However, this river is full of traps and monsters designed to capture escapees. After finally catching up with Adur, Ryu discovers that Adur was framed by director Koltregin and that the director is up to no good. It seems Koltregin has his own agenda. The story progresses to a place called Jalo, where the aim is to expose director Koltregin's evil deeds. Screenshots show battles taking place in the Ramazan River area and conversations with characters. We learn that in his research facility, Koltregin is conducting dangerous experiments using a strange green liquid to create monsters, and these experiments apparently involve human subjects. Upon arriving at Jalo, Ryu meets Ligoria, who seems aware of Koltregin's sinister scheme and the truth behind it all. Following the events of the previous game, Ryu and Adur navigate the Dexcalibur Castleback alleys.
They encounter Koyuki, a ninja also targeted by the villain Koltregin.
Discovering Koltregin's experiments using a strange green liquid to create monsters, they realize Adur rescued Koyuki earlier, leading to her falling into the liquid. Later, Adur himself falls in, becoming a subject of the researchers' experiments. The page then previews a challenging battle against Dokkel, a formidable foe who uses powerful fire magic and summons fire spirits. This page continues the preview, highlighting a dramatic event where Ryu is taken to an interrogation room. Suddenly, the guard disappears, and a large monster emerges from a hidden passage behind a crumbling wall. This creature seems to be linked to the strange liquid experiments mentioned earlier, as Jack and Adur believe it reacts similarly to the liquid that transformed Adur. Could Adur have become a monster due to this liquid? The next section focuses on finding Koyuki, who is in a different interrogation room, locked onto an electric chair. A warning alarm sounds, and Ryu realizes the danger. He needs to rescue Koyuki, but the lock is not easily opened. The player must decide whether to carry Koyuki out while battling enemies or leave her behind.
This choice will impact the story later.
The adventure continues in Dexcalibur Castle, and it's revealed that most players are likely to choose to save Koyuki, which will significantly change the story from there. The game then moves to Koltregin's mansion, where players will search for the Churd notebook.
The page shows screenshots of Koltregin's mansion, described as having many artworks. It seems the Yurd notebook is crucial for progressing, and finding it will lead to the next part of the adventure, which appears to involve water, or a watery passage. Finally, the page shows the Yurd notebook interface, which has sections for items, magic, Yurd notebook, and others. It highlights that the Yurd notebook is a key item for progressing. This page dives into the Armory of Cyberdoll, a cyberpunk RPG. It's focusing on showcasing the weapons available in Scenario 2. The page emphasizes that choosing the right weapon is crucial in the game, and this guide aims to help players make informed decisions. It explains how to read the shop list, noting the icons for attack range, weapon name, type, and cartridge usage. Then, it jumps into detailing Scenario 1 weapons and shops. We see a bunch of weapons categorized and described, with small screenshots showing them in action. There's the SIG/Sauer 294, a standard attack-type pistol, recommended as a first weapon. The FAMAS HG is another medium-range focused weapon. The Electrigar is a long-range photon weapon for pinpoint attacks. For close range, there's the D80-2048, a modified Desert Eagle type, and the powerful SPAS 12 custom shotgun. The CST Steer is a medium-range beam rifle for suppressing fire. For heavy weaponry, there's the Heatstorm, a flame-based weapon. The Curiosity Gun is a medium-range weapon that hits multiple enemy parts. Destroyed Buzz is a long-range armored suit weapon, and Max Model 70 is a close-range Vulcan shotgun. Finally, there's the Gatling Shooter, a chain gun, and the big one, a powerful long-range plasma cannon. The descriptions highlight their attack range, damage type, and effectiveness in different scenarios. This guide details weapons in Cyberdoll, focusing on Scenario 2. Found weapons include the H&K MPSK-9, medium-range burst, Beretta 157RR, pistol effective against Hellhawks, Destrugbirder, chain gun, Death Seed, rocket launcher, Neo Ingalam, SP, special medium range, and M1030DC, powerful shotgun. Scenario 2 shop weapons include the Hellhawk, high-power pistol, Hot Passion, flamethrower, M1030DC, WA-2010, focus shot, Neo Ingulum, black screw, chain gun, Doomed 1991, photon weapon, Sueyoshi 2-type, recoilless gun, and main shooter, spray bullet launcher. The guide stresses the importance of situational weapon choice to utilize the game's strategic depth. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama. It's promoting the game as having 2 modes with secrets. The page breaks down the one-player mode, which is like an arcade mode where you choose from 11 characters to battle, with modes like Practice, Confession, and Root, with varying difficulty levels. The aim in one player is to progress through these modes and see different endings depending on your performance. Then there's the 2-player battle mode, described as similar to the arcade mode, but designed for human versus human play. It mentions that the backgrounds are even set in a game center to enhance that competitive feeling. The page also highlights Robobite mode, explaining it's a special mode in versus battles where the Kuki Gadama puzzle pieces turn into robot characters for a unique and heated battle experience, kind of like a hidden twist on the typical puzzle gameplay. Finally, it teases that clearing the game unlocks new visuals in a data save feature, letting players enjoy extra content, like character graphics, after they've completed the game. It seems like they're really emphasizing replayability and hidden content in this puzzle game. This page continues the promotion of Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama, focusing on the characters' reactions and gameplay mechanics. It highlights the addictive reactions within the game and the charm of the characters. The page then introduces 2 characters with their special moves and reactions. First up is Shiori Fujisaki, described as a standard heroine. Her basic reactions are showcased in 23 chain combos, like a coy, oops, and in 45 chain combos, a thoughtful, is it okay? For 6 or more chain combos, she becomes very happy saying, I'm the best. Next we have Mio Kisaragi, described as the refined girl. Her reactions in 23 chain combos involve studying, saying, I'll study harder. For 45 chain combos, she is intensely focused, exclaiming, Encyclopedic Dictionary! And with 6 or more chain combos, she's overwhelmed and shouts, No way! Encyclopedia Dictionary! The page emphasizes how these character reactions enhance the fun and personality of the puzzle battles, and show off the different playstyles associated with each character. It seems to be showcasing the game's charm through character expressions and reactions to gameplay events. Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama features distinct character reactions during puzzle battles. Kyoko Ayase, the elegant character, reacts with fufu, comments on weaponry, and expresses surprise as chain combos increase. Nozomi Kiyokawa, appearing in seaside settings, playfully splashes water, then confidently declares weakness, and finally shouts with excitement after a powerful combo. Yukari Asahina, the cheerful character, fires up with enthusiasm, then charges forward, culminating in an overjoyed, Super lucky! Sayuri Natsuno, portrayed as determined, encourages, then focuses, and finally expresses satisfaction with a cooking-themed attack. The game utilizes these reactions to enhance engagement and showcase each character's personality. This page from SEGA Saturn Magazine is highlighting upcoming software and focuses on character reactions within games. It showcases 4 distinct female characters and their varying responses based on combo chains, possibly in a puzzle or versus-style game. First up is Kagami Runa, who's described as a maidenly character with a queenly demeanor. Her reactions range from a simple, oh, at lower combos to a polite, I'm sorry,
And finally, at higher combos, a somewhat aloof, I'm going to pull back. Next is Katagiri Ayako, presented as artistically inclined with imaginative reactions.
Her karaoke singing is mentioned.
Her combo reactions start with wonderful play, escalate to an enthusiastic beautiful, and peak at Vafan, showcasing a lively and positive response. Mishihara Ai is introduced with her dog Muku, and she's portrayed as easily embarrassed. Her reactions go from a shy, sorry GYA, to petting her dog Muku, and then, hilariously, at high combos, it's the dog Muku reacting with a roar and saying, was scary woof. Lastly, Furushiki Yukari is shown as polite and calm. Her reactions are very proper, starting with, excuse me, then, is it okay? And ending with a composed, it's finished, maintaining her polite demeanor throughout. This page seems to be emphasizing how character-specific reactions based on gameplay intensity will enhance the player experience in these upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. This page from SEGA Saturn Magazine is previewing Coming Soon Soft and features the game Magical Drop 2. It's an action puzzle game, and this page is introducing the various game modes. They highlight 2P Battle Mode, where character selection is key, as each character has unique attack blocks and abilities that change up your strategy in versus play. Then there's Hitagi's Drop, which is the endless mode, where you just keep playing until you lose. Story mode is also featured, letting you choose from 4 characters to play through the narrative. They also tease other fun modes, hinting at even more ways to play. Characters like Fool, Star, Chariot, High Priestess, and even the Devil Boss are shown. Essentially, Magical Drop 2 is packed with variety, offering competitive battles, endless challenges, story-driven gameplay, and more, all within the core puzzle mechanics of the game.
This page from SEGA Saturn Magazine is diving into Coming Soon Soft and showcasing the detective adventure game, Detective Jinguji Saburo, Mikan no Rubo, which fans might know as Jake Hunter Unsolved Case Files in English-speaking regions, part of the long-running Jake Hunter series. After a 6-year gap, a new game is hitting SEGA Saturn, and it's already 40% complete. The preview emphasizes that this new title is designed to please both longtime fans and newcomers. They are highlighting new gameplay systems that make investigations more engaging. One new feature is the investigation system, where you can control not only the protagonist Jake Hunter, but also the cars and other characters involved in the case to track down clues. Another new system is the player change system, allowing you to switch perspectives and see the story from different characters' viewpoints. We get introduced to some key characters. Jake Hunter himself, described as a cool but kind detective, running an agency after working as a detective's assistant in America. Then there's Yoko Mikado, Jake's assistant, a multilingual and talented woman who rejoins Jake's agency after studying abroad. Veteran detective Sanzo Kumano, a seasoned investigator with 30 years on the force, and freelance writer Kyosuke Yano, a passionate journalist with a strong sense of justice who gets involved in the current case, are also featured. The screenshots show dialogue scenes and investigation gameplay, hinting at a mature and intriguing detective story. The tone suggests a serious and immersive mystery experience. This page is dedicated to El Hazard, the Magnificent World, on SEGA Saturn, highlighting how to fully immerse yourself in this upcoming game. It emphasizes enjoying the El Hazard world to its fullest, beyond just a regular playthrough. The page points out that the game is a multi-scenario adventure and suggests players try out various choices to see how characters react differently and explore the world thoroughly. It highlights the expressive characters as a key feature, showcasing their varied emotions. The basic knowledge section introduces the story setup. The protagonist Makoto Mizuhara, a science-loving high school student, gets transported to another world called El Hazard. This world is described as having insect-like creatures, and the Queen Rune Venus at its center, with nations in conflict. The game promises a mix of comedy, beauty, danger, and mystery in this world. Image captions further delve into character interactions and relationships, suggesting that building connections and observing reactions are important aspects of gameplay. The overall message is to explore the multi-layered story and enjoy the diverse cast of characters in El Hazard. This page provides a closer look at the multi-scenario nature of El Hazard, the Magnificent World on SEGA Saturn, emphasizing how your choices impact the story. It specifically highlights scenarios involving the character Mies,
showing how events change depending on whether she is present or not. And if you possess the Water Dragon's Tears item, this really showcases the game's branching paths and replayability.
Moving on, the page introduces key terms that are important for the unfolding story. These include ancient power, described as relics from a highly advanced ancient civilization, and the God's Eye, a powerful artifact sealed away. It also mentions the fourth great divine officer, a rare and powerful figure who might be encountered, and the third power, the Phantom Shadow Clan, who are masters of illusion and manipulation. These keywords give hints about the deeper lore and factions within the game world. Lastly, there's news about the game's release editions. A limited deluxe box edition is mentioned, which includes special packaging and a secret book packed with setting materials. Alongside this, there's a standard package and the secret book available separately, catering to different players who might want to delve deeper into the game's world. This page is all about a new SEGA Saturn game called Summer Color Memories, Idle Aiming Mahjong Edition. It's pitched as a beautiful girl mahjong game perfect for summer. The story is about a beauty contest, where 8 beautiful girls are competing to become idols. You, the player, become the manager, and have to win mahjong battles against these girls to help your chosen idol reach the top. The page showcases 2 of the girls in detail. First up is Noka Kaori, a dancer born in 1974. Her special skill is snowboarding, and she apparently likes rap music.
Next is Isurugi Emi, a cheerleader born in 1976. She's described as having a cheerful personality and loves music. There's a screenshot of the mahjong game in action, and close-ups of the girls who appear to be the opponents. It mentions the game is 90% complete and is being released on September 13th. Priced at 5,800 yen, it's developed by Sharrock and is recommended for 2 players and suitable for ages 18 and up. Looks like a fun, lighthearted mahjong game with an idol theme. This page continues the introduction to Summer Color Memories, Idle Aiming Mahjong Edition. It's still highlighting the appeal of playing mahjong with cute girls. The page focuses on introducing 3 more of the idol contenders. First up is Odai Megumi, a tennis player born in 1974. She's described as a computer girl and likes dancing, snowboarding, and soccer. Her catchphrase is something like, "I'll stare at you, but I won't let you win." Next is Sakine Nori, a waitress born in 1974. She enjoys calligraphy and tea ceremony, and her dream is to become a TV idol. Her message to fans is, "Look at me, okay?"
Lastly, there's Fujiwara Rei, a high school girl born in 1978. Her hobbies are snowboarding, and she's good at swimming. She's described as an active girl who wants to be liked by both boys and girls. Her message is to cheer her on. The page uses the descriptions suntan, beauty, and young girl next to the photos of Odai, Fujiwara, and Sakine respectively, likely highlighting their individual appeal. It emphasizes the game's focus on attractive young women in various roles, reinforcing the theme of beauty and idol competition. This page introduces Gal's Panic SS, which is described as an arcade game coming to the Sega Saturn. It's a simple game where you draw lines to capture areas and reveal hidden pictures of girls. The background of the game screen also features cute girl graphics, and the silhouette system gradually uncovers the girl images, making it appealing to boys. New to the Saturn version are boss battles and a 2-player versus mode. The gameplay is explained as a line action puzzle. You use a button to draw lines and capture areas, being careful to avoid enemies and enemy bullets. By capturing areas, you reveal more of the girl's image underneath. Bosses appear alongside regular enemies, firing bullets, but you can attack them with items. There's also an album mode, where you can view the girl images you've unlocked. Apparently, there are 10 or more images per girl, and they are described as very clean and nice. Interestingly, the images in 1-player mode are different from those in 2-player mode. This page dives into Nightruth explanation of the paranormal #01 The Grudge of Darkness. It sounds like we are in for a spooky ride. It's a multi-cinema adventure game, meaning it's story-driven with branching paths and multiple scenarios to explore. They're really pushing the narrative, saying it's got tons of scenarios within the main story, and that voice acting is a big focus, so expect some quality voice work. Looking at the screenshots, it's definitely set in a school environment, and gives off a mystery vibe,
maybe even a bit horror. One screenshot even has a clock at 8 p.m., suggesting time might be important in the game. It looks like we'll be doing some investigation and making choices as we play. They even tease some erotic scenes and horror schoolgirl spirits, so it's definitely aiming for a mature audience.
The page introduces the main cast of 5 characters. We've got 16 Knight Battle, who sounds like our main guy and wields some serious magic. Then there's Waterflow Danceball, his calm childhood friend. Miyakoshi Madoka Beauty is from a wealthy family and is described as elegant. Tokiwa Hidehiko is the brainy one, a genius scientist. And lastly, Himekawa Blue is the youngest, the mascot character of the group. Each of them seems to have unique abilities that will play a role in the game. It sounds like a story-heavy adventure with a paranormal twist, and given the Grudge of Darkness title, probably some spooky goings-on at school. This page continues with Nightruth explanation of the paranormal #01 The Grudge of Darkness, and delves deeper into the game's story and occult themes. The section titled Underground Graveyard's Fear talks about a scene where Maid Danceball notices a scar on the protagonist and remembers a childhood friend named Kanesuna who was injured, hinting at past bullying and asking if those same kids were responsible for Kanesuna's injury. Next up is Seal Mark, which sounds like it's setting up a spooky location. It mentions a graveyard and a catacomb, with 5 people venturing into an old-school building in search of this catacomb. There's talk of a well near the school, adding to the creepy atmosphere. They mention Secunde's words, and the owner of the shining light, teasing some mystery, before ending with the ominous line, the door of darkness opens again. Finally, there's an occult terminology dictionary, explaining 2 terms. Onmyodo is described as ancient Chinese divination and magic, based on yin-yang and the 5 elements. Highlighting the famous Onmyoji Abe no Seimei, Katakombe, is explained as a catacomb, essentially an underground tomb or cellar, with Roman and early Christian origins, also linking it to crypts and cave temples, and even mentioning they are tourist spots. It seems like the game is really leaning into occult and mystery elements, with catacombs likely playing a key role in the story. This Nightruth File 02 section investigates a case of spontaneous human combustion at a Tokyo high school. Heavy rain traps students and teachers when a girl bursts into flames. The event, initially ruled a suicide, is now considered a mystery. The article explores potential links to other strange occurrences within the school. Images show the aftermath, including a shocked man, a woman on the phone, and students in a classroom. The page then transitions to the next issue with a heading, White Things Are All Bad. An occult terminology dictionary defines shikigami, paper dolls used by onmyoji, and human combustion. Other terms explained are chimyaku, earth veins, fusui, feng shui, and mahao, magic. The page is accented with seal or stamp images. Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange Addition is a complete 2-player racing game targeting the 18+ demographic, launching August 9th for 6,800 yen. The core gameplay emphasizes drifting, making cornering a key element and appealing to a wide audience. Players can choose from 3 car types: the top speed-focused Mad Viper, the acceleration-oriented Dark Nebula, and the balanced Rapid Fighter. Set on the Wangan Highway, the game boasts improved driving feel and car dynamics, enhanced visuals, and a focus on appealing female characters. The game features 5 beautiful women, including Matsuda Chisato, known for her cheerful demeanor, and Kinoshita Akira, a Kansai girl with a unique dialect. This page showcases the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Wangan Dead Heat, plus Real Arrange Addition, and highlights some of its key features. The page details 4 distinct courses: Splash Road Highway, which is described as beginner-friendly, and focuses on showing off your driving skills in corners; Urbanside Highway, set in a city with arcades and hills requiring careful cornering; Windbreath Highway, an industrial course noted for its challenging corners, especially the final curve; and Bay Side Road Highway, a high-speed seaside course that emphasizes rhythmic cornering. The page also introduces the Movie Card Twin Operator, an accessory for the SEGA Saturn that enhances the visual quality of video playback, specifically mentioning improved picture quality for both Cinema Pack style and Video CD, MPEG-1 style. This is likely related to the game's feature of video clips. Finally, there are comments from 3 female reviewers. Kawasaki AI, who finds the game's 5 female characters charming, particularly the sexy older sister type. Now, Nakanomori Yuka, a driving enthusiast, believes the game perfectly captures the fun of driving, even in an arcade setting. Inoue Mami, known for voicing Arle in Puyo Puyo, appreciates the energetic and powerful female characters in the game, drawing a parallel to her character, Arle. Each reviewer also provides a short, playful comment in speech bubbles, adding a personal touch to the preview.
This page dives into the Body Special 264 vs. puzzle game, highlighting its hot and heavy puzzle action. The game features motion puzzle elements and seems to revolve around beautiful women. The page breaks down the game's core mechanics, explaining the VS puzzle mode where you can play against the CPU or another person. When playing against the CPU, you get to choose from 3 opponents, and one of them will be your cheering gal to root you on. Moving on to starting the game, you choose a cheering gal, and then select 4 items out of 8 available to help you during gameplay. The Using Items section describes how items can be used to fill up the level meter on the left and right of the puzzle screen, giving you an advantage. You're encouraged to use powerful items strategically. Finally, the difficulty levels are explained for the movie puzzle mode. The difficulty changes in stages from 1 to 6, ranging from easy to hard. Stage 1 is described as having many large pieces and hints, while later stages introduce smaller pieces, less time, and require faster puzzle solving. It seems the game challenges players to complete jigsaw puzzles quickly, using movie scenes as a guide. The game is being published by Yanoman Games, is scheduled for release on August 2nd, priced at 6,800 yen, and is categorized as a PUZ motion puzzle game, and also supports 2-player battles and the shuttle mouse. This page details items available in the versus puzzle mode of Body Special 264. 8 items are split into lower rank, escort, mirror, bomb, and upper rank, tornado, bikini, crab, wave, palm fruit categories. These items provide various effects, such as piece placement assistance, cursor manipulation, area clearing, and opponent disruption. The page recommends item combinations based on playstyles. The steady type focuses on building up with escort, and then attacking with bikini or tornado. The mean-spirited type aims to disrupt opponents using items like bomb, palm fruit, crab, and mirror. The gamble type utilizes escort for fast solving, followed by palm fruit for attacks. Finally, a giveaway is announced, offering a special poster and a signed Saturn console. To enter, fans must submit postcards, and for the console, answer a related question. This page is all about Slam Jam 96, a realistic basketball game for the SEGA Saturn. It's being advertised as a full-fledged NBA simulation with official rules and a roster of 29 teams from both the USA and internationally. You can play as any player on these teams, in single-player or multiplayer. The game is being supervised and features legendary players Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who are actually in the game itself. There are screenshots showing in-game action, including Kareem's signature skyhook shot and general gameplay. Viewer comments emphasize that even though it aims for realism, it's still fun like an arcade game. They highlight the presence of famous players like Magic Johnson and Kareem, noting their involvement in development and the game capturing the excitement of their playstyles. The game is marked as 100% complete and was released by BMG Victor on August 9th for 4,800 yen. It's a sports action title and supports up to 4 players simultaneously, and it is also compatible with the Terminal 6-player adapter. This page is all about highlighting the intense basketball action of Slam Jam 96 on the SEGA Saturn. The page screams, fast, accurate, and big. This is real pro basketball. And it really emphasizes the realistic and exciting gameplay it offers. They're showcasing the game's engine, which promises realistic player movements and strategic plays. The screenshots are all about big moments, huge dunks, amazing shots, and incredible plays. Captions like, "What a leaper," "Super Jam," "Unbelievable," and "From way downtown" really capture the over-the-top excitement you can expect. The text talks about how you'll be completely drawn into the game with realistic in-game commentary and sound effects. It mentions there are 3 game modes to choose from, and encourages players to master super techniques for advanced play, suggesting there's depth beyond just basic basketball moves.
Finally, it highlights that up to 4 players can jump in for multiplayer action, so you can have some serious basketball face-offs with friends. It looks like they are really pushing the immersive and exciting elements of Slam Jam 96, building on the realism they talked about on the previous page. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Worms. The page shouts out, "Coming soon soft," and highlights the game with big red letters and the tagline, "Strategize and defeat the enemy worms." It mentions that Worms, the popular action puzzle game from America, is finally hitting the SEGA Saturn. They call the worms funny guys and describe the gameplay as strategic and humorous. It's emphasized that despite being cute, these worms are ready for action, running around and making funny noises. The goal is to command your worm team and defeat enemies within a time limit to achieve high scores. The game boasts over 20 types of weapons, from bazookas and machine guns to terrain-altering tools like drills and earthquakes, giving players plenty of strategic options. They even mention kamikaze attacks are possible. The scale is massive, with over 4 billion fields to battle on, each with unique wind and terrain conditions affecting gameplay and weapon trajectories. Fields can be computer-generated, offering diverse landscapes, and there's a landscape generator for creating new battlefields. 2-player cooperative play is also highlighted as a key feature, promising lots of chaotic fun. The reviewer seems really excited about the humorous and strategic depth of Worms on the Saturn. The page ends with a playful message, "Look forward to our activities!" alongside images of the comical worm characters. This page is a complete SEGA Saturn software guide, advertising itself as a thorough rundown of games available after release. It encourages gamers to dive into games or strategies, even during the hot summer season. The page features an anime girl in a swimsuit, fitting the summer theme. It lists page numbers for game guides, including Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, Saturn Bomberman, Kiso Densetsu 3, and Road Rash. It looks like this guide will cover these popular titles, giving players tips and information to master them. This page celebrates the release of Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, on the SEGA Saturn. The writer expresses excitement about the game finally being available, and mentions they were involved in reporting on the initial announcement. They highlight that the Saturn version is considered a complete edition, with voiced messages beyond just the dialogue, ensuring it's more than just a simple port. The article suggests players can immerse themselves in the Tokimeki world, and discover unexpected sides of themselves through this love simulation game. There is a section discussing the Konami logo animation in the game, noting that it appears suddenly when the power is turned on, and features a random voice of a girl from the game. The page poses the question, "And who is this?" referring to a girl in one of the screenshots, hinting at a key character to discover within the game. It also mentions that in Tokimeki Memorial, you can get girls' phone numbers and go out with them, but this particular girl, named, quote, Miharu Tatebayashi, remains a mysterious presence. There are screenshots showing gameplay and a table that seems to contain in-game data or character stats, but it's not detailed in the main text. The screenshots appear to showcase different scenes from the game. This guide outlines April events in the second and subsequent playthroughs of Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You. It provides a 3-year event schedule, focusing on April's happenings. Year 1 emphasizes the entrance ceremony, and recommends raising character stats to specialize and attract girls. Year 2 includes the entrance ceremony and introduces new relaxation options, as well as exploring different event combinations. Year 3 features both the entrance ceremony and progress guidance, with a focus on the graduation ceremony, revealing feelings, and balancing relationships. 2 pickup sections highlight tender-hearted dates, emphasizing the impact of initial compatibility and blood type, and Encounter with Yumi, a key heroine who is encountered in varied settings. May in the game features the Golden Week holiday, encouraging players to explore memorial spots and movies using the holiday command. Events include the suspenseful Ice Panther with idle music and baseball, the sci-fi Moongate with idle music and baseball, and Rest Day with classical music. June focuses on school activities, starting with a 3-day physical education festival, which is important for building stats and winning. Winning earns recognition, and the folk dance afterward is an opportunity to interact with girls. Further events include horror, Death Spirits Roar, anime, Kanban Man, and comedy, Monkey Python. The Girls Development Check emphasizes analyzing girls' profiles, including hobbies, birthdays, and phone numbers,
as crucial for building relationships. Summer is highlighted as a time for water activities, with beaches and pools serving as limited time spots for interactions with the 11 main and 6 sub-character girls. July and August, in-game features school events and entertainment. July's focus is final exams, summer break from the 24th, pool/beach trips, and a new water slide. Entertainment includes comedy, Monkey Python, idol music, Morita Katsusato, anime, Kanbanman, and rock music, X Nippon. August features summer training camp and festival days on the 4th and 6th, alongside an amusement park night parade. Entertainment mirrors July, with additional horror, Roar of the Dead Spirit, and classical music, KNM Symphony Orchestra. Festival day tips emphasize playing in the second year for minigames like ring toss, detailed by goldfish size and point values. The night parade in the third year hints at relationship progression, with girls remembering past interactions. Joining a club for 3 years and attending summer camp deepens bonds. This page details the in-game events and entertainment for September and October. For September, school events are in full swing, with the opening of the Art Museum, a school trip from the 9th to the 14th visiting places like Hokkaido and Kyoto, and new locations such as a bowling alley and game center appearing in town. Entertainment options for September include romantic dramas, rock music, action, classical music, comedy, and new music. Gameplay tips for September's Art Museum event mention battle scenes and advice for winning fights. October is all about the Culture Festival, happening on the 11th, 12th, and 14th. The festival includes club activities and drama club performances. Entertainment options remain similar to September. Gameplay advice for October's Culture Festival mentions battle scenes with warning messages. There are also sections explaining battle scenes and original shooting. Battle scenes are described as real-time command input style, where player actions and timing matter. The original shooting section talks about a Twin Bee-style shooting game available as a mini-game during the second year's Culture Festival, accessible from the title screen in a special Omake mode. November in the game features Dharma's Holiday, a romance event with rock music. Autumn brings girl-child events tied to the second-year school trip. Entertainment includes action, classical music, comedy, and new music genres, with titles like 0077 GoldenEye, KNM Symphony Orchestra, Pro Wrestling, One Rooms, and Sharon 9. December centers on school events like term tests and winter break, alongside Christmas festivities, aquarium and animal park visits, junk shop deals, and the opening of ski and skate slopes. Entertainment includes action with Tetsu Zanko, drama with Confession, and new music from Maki Oguro and BZ. Gameplay advice focuses on ski and skate slope events, emphasizing the importance of player skill and understanding girls' moods. A humorous, "What is that kind of?" section uses price tags to illustrate varying capacity or acceptance levels girls have for different character archetypes, especially at Christmas. The next page details events for January and February in the game. January kicks off with New Year's Day events, suggesting players visit a shrine and invite a girl to go with them, potentially boosting relationship parameters. It also mentions a fortune-telling event to gauge a girl's feelings. Gameplay-wise, January includes action sequences in Steel Mountain Range and drama in Confession, alongside music from Multi-Black Season, Bees, and Prowless. Moving into February, Valentine's Day takes center stage. The game depicts the classic Valentine's scenario, where you receive chocolates from girls, judging their feelings based on their reactions. Another Valentine's event suggests a girls should confess scenario under a legendary tree. February also introduces school-related events with entrance exams and job interviews happening around the 23rd. Influencing career paths and potentially graduation confessions. The music genres for February remain similar, with action and new music, drama and new music, and romance with rock music for different events. There's a profile for a character called Binding Tie Girl, highlighting her birthday as July 7th, blood type A, and club being the Electric Appliance Club. She's described as athletic, strong, dislikes sneaky things, and likes passionate things. Lastly, there's a Tokimeki Question Corner, featuring questions and answers about game characters and relationship advice, with questions like, "What's the name of the girl with glasses?" and "Is it okay to go out?" It seems to be a Q&A section focused on helping players understand the game's mechanics and character interactions. The March page highlights in-game events for March, including school activities like end-of-term tests, spring break, and graduation ceremonies on the first. White Day and stadium appearances are also noted, along with seasonal events like cherry blossom viewing and dolphin shows. Several game titles are featured, spanning genres such as suspense, ice female leopard, idol, Hanan Namihe, swap, and science fiction, Moongate. The article delves into emotional depth in games, exploring themes beyond romance. It questions how games can evoke heart-throbbing moments and examines the concept of tokimeki, heart-fluttering, within the context of relatable settings like high school life, suggesting players will discover this feeling through everyday experiences within the game.
Saturn Bomberman Birth Story. Developers Speak offers insights into the creation of the classic Saturn game. Director Mr. Fujiwara Shigeki and illustrator Mr. Mizuno Yoichi discuss the core concept: simple, fun, multiplayer gameplay. Technical limitations of earlier Bomberman titles were overcome, allowing for expanded player counts. The Saturn version significantly increased the number of players, enhancing the competitive experience. Mr. Mizuno emphasizes the focus on making the game fun, even for the developers. He highlights the joy derived from competition and outsmarting opponents, noting the rank determination mode. The developers aimed for a game where players would naturally engage in intense matches, prioritizing the human element of gameplay. The interview reinforces the importance of multiplayer fun. This guide offers strategies for climbing the ranks in Saturn Bomberman's rank determination mode, covering floors 1 to 10. Early floors focus on efficient item collection and teamwork. Mid-game strategies emphasize bomb chaining, strategic self-destruction for heart items, and mastering boss patterns by using the environment. Advanced tactics in later floors involve kicks, punches, targeting weak points, and manipulating central blocks and televisions for chain reactions. The guide also details ranking criteria, clearing all stages, avoiding damage, collecting heart items, and employing technical skills. Finally, it announces the SATURN Magazine Cup Rank Determination Contest, encouraging players to submit their gameplay on VHS tapes for a chance to win prizes like Bomberman merchandise. The contest included various tiers with prizes like magazines, t-shirts, and lunchboxes. This page dives into Fatal Fury 3, Road to the Final Victory, showcasing a challenge match between two players named Kento and Utoshima Sanjugo, with an original strategy manuscript on the line. The rules for this duel are straightforward: no running away allowed, initially using the same character, and in case of a draw, a rematch with each player's preferred character. Victory is determined by the quality of the original manuscript at stake. The page details the character matchups, starting with Terry Bogard versus Terry Bogard, emphasizing the need to utilize all of Terry's powerful special and normal moves effectively. Next, it covers Andy Bogard versus Andy Bogard, focusing on punishing the opponent's wake-up with a two-hit combo, highlighting jump attacks and special move setups. The Joe Higashi versus Joe Higashi section introduces the Hurricane Upper and Screw Upper as key moves, recommending their use in combos and against jumping opponents. Finally, the Mai Shiranui versus Mai Shiranui matchup suggests using the Musabi no Mai and Kogane no Mai in continuous attacks, emphasizing mix-ups with sweeps and throws. Ultimately, Kento is declared the winner of this Fatal Fury 3 challenge, while Utoshima Sanjugo, unfortunately, takes the loss. The page essentially provides a glimpse into strategic gameplay and character-specific tactics in Fatal Fury 3, all within the context of a friendly yet competitive match. This article provides character matchup strategies for Fatal Fury 3, detailing tips for mirror matches of Geese, Franco, Bob, Blue Mary, Hanfu, and Sokaku's. Strategies include exploiting jump attacks, utilizing powerful combos, guard breaking, and controlling space. The article also includes a character ranking from SEGA Saturn Magazine. Terry Bogard is ranked first, followed by Ann Bogard and Geese Howard. Other characters like Joe Higashi, Bob Wilson, and Mai Shiranui follow, with Sokaku Mochizuki at the bottom. Additionally, there's a call for high-score attack video submissions for a contest. Finally, a preview for the next issue teases an article about Real Bout Fatal Fury Deathmatch, hinting at a writer's competition involving reader participation. This page focuses on the SEGA Saturn version of Road Rash. The article highlights that all 5 courses in Road Rash are set in the suburbs of San Francisco, specifically mentioning Venice Beach, which is where Elia's headquarters are located. The writer conveys a sense of excitement about the game's realism
and the use of cutting-edge CG technology. The page mentions the Road Rash series, enduring appeal, and focuses on the action elements within the game. It describes different gameplay modes available in the Saturn version, such as Standard Race Mode, Big Race Mode, and a new Time Trial mode exclusive to the Saturn release. This Time Trial mode allows players to compete for the fastest times on each course, with rankings recorded. There's a section discussing character compatibility, suggesting that in races, you'll hear conversations from the other 4 racers, Rashers, which reveals their personalities and compatibility. This affects gameplay, as relationships influence race behavior, suggesting some racers might be more aggressive or cooperative. The bike type section introduces 3 categories of bikes: rat bike, sport bike, and superbike. Rat bikes are described as being fast in a straight line, but having poor handling, suitable for beginners. Sport bikes are presented as balance bikes, good for cornering and technical courses. Superbikes are high-performance bikes with nitro, emphasizing the importance of timing its use. The page features screenshots of these different bikes and in-game action. This page showcases the game Dracula Detective, also known as Jiku Tante DD, Illusion of Lorelei. It's an adventure game set in Neo-Imperial City in the year 2239. The story outline reveals you play as Detective Raizo Narukami, tasked by Lenny Laval to find her missing father who disappeared a month prior. The game involves time travel, and the detective has a special ability to see space-time records, using these to solve mysteries. The page includes an interview with the game developers, who describe Dracula Detective as a movie game, aiming to deliver a cinematic story experience. They emphasized crafting interesting characters and a compelling narrative. The game's atmosphere is described as hard-boiled, drawing inspiration from Japanese detective novels. The developers discuss their efforts to achieve realistic graphics and the challenges of using CG within data limits. They touch upon character design, including the main detective and his female assistant, and the overall visual style of the game. They also mention incorporating elements like zeppelins into the game world, and hint at gameplay that focuses on detective work and puzzle solving within this intriguing, hard-boiled setting. This page is a full-page advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Dracula Detective, also known as Jiku Tante DD, Illusion of Lorelei. The advert features the main characters, a sharply dressed man with 2 futuristic-looking pistols, and a woman in a red dress with golden accents, posed dynamically in front of a large clock face. The page announces the game's release date as July 26th, and its price at 6,800 yen, excluding tax. It also highlights that Dracula Detective is a 2-Cradrom set for the SEGA Saturn. Besides the game, the advert promotes related merchandise, including a DD soundtrack album, a Game Sound Collection Volume 1 for Dracula Detective, and a DD official guidebook. These are all presented as upcoming releases, with the soundtrack and guidebook planned for release on August 21st. Small screenshots are displayed at the bottom, hinting at different aspects of the game's visuals and settings. Overall, the page is a strong promotional push for the release of Dracula Detective and its associated merchandise. This page introduces the game Road Rash, or as it's known in Japanese, highlighting it as a stoic racing game, where winning requires pressuring your rivals, and emphasizes that this isn't a complex fighting game, encouraging players to relax and enjoy the thrill of racing. The page showcases a roster of 8 main characters, or Rashers, playable in the Big Race and Time Trial modes. Characters like Slim Jim, T-John Mike, Bose Jefferson, and Axel are featured, each with unique profiles detailing their height, weight, bike type like Swallow or ZYX 250, and catchphrases. For example, Slim Jim is described as having a Pico bike, while Bose Jefferson uses a ZYX 250. Gameplay mechanics are also explained, focusing on massive attacks, like punches, kicks, and a Jin charge move, which are counterattack techniques to help players rank up. These attacks are triggered with directional buttons and attack inputs during races, enabling players to damage opponents and potentially cause crashes. The page visually breaks down these attack methods with screenshots of in-game action. The overall impression is a fun, chaotic racing game with character variety and aggressive combat elements. This page highlights a new adventure game being developed by ASC2 and System Satcom. They're calling it more of a cinematic work than just a typical adventure game. The page introduces 4 key members of the development team: a scenario writer named Hideki Enomoto, who has worked on things like God Mazinger and is involved in theater and anime, a graphic designer named Kazuo Fukasawa who's focusing on the visuals to tell the story, a planner, Katsuyuki Miyano, who's in charge of the data and mechanics, and a director, Katsuhiko Kikuchi, who oversees the entire project and brings it all together. The game seems to be focused on computer graphics, with 2 expressive female characters, and some kind of airship element. It's described as having a unique feel and atmosphere, aiming to be something beyond just a standard adventure game. System SEGA's IM department, made up of 5 development teams, is behind the project. They are emphasizing the game's cinematic qualities, suggesting a strong narrative focus. It sounds like they are aiming for a very polished and story-driven experience, perhaps with a more artistic approach than just typical gameplay mechanics. This page showcases the Cybertroopers Virtual-On operating manual from SoftBank Books. The large pixelated text on the right side is the game's title, Virtual-On, presented in a very stylized, almost robotic font. Below the main image, there is a section titled Soon-to-be-released SoftBank Strategy Guides. It lists several strategy guides for various games, including Birth's Perfect Guide, Ascender Official Perfect Guide, and Tetsuya 2 Perfect Guide. On the other side of the list, we have Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War Super Guide, Tsuki Hanayo Toriko Perfect Guide, Namco Museum Volume 3 Perfect Guide, Classmate If Perfect Guide, Overblood Perfect Guide, and Super Mario 64 Perfect Guide. It seems like SoftBank is highlighting their upcoming strategy guides in this advert, with the Virtual-On manual as the main feature image. The next page is all about secret techniques in Decathlete. It's focusing on how to enjoy the game more by using these hidden skills. The page highlights 2 special running techniques for the 100 meters dash: somersault running and hopping leg running. For somersault running, during the character introduction, you input left-right X button. The text explains it's a tough command to time correctly and input strength matters. If successful, the point is to start inputting the command as the character introduction begins.
It warns that there's no sound cue to confirm success until the run starts.
It emphasizes that neither of these secret techniques affect records in the game. The hopping leg running technique is activated by inputting up, down, left, right, X button during character introduction. The screenshots demonstrate both techniques in action, showing the character running differently. The text even humorously questions if these techniques are actually faster, concluding they're probably not and are just for fun, a bit different from normal play. It mentions these secret techniques for 100 meters dash, somersault running, and hopping leg running could lead to new discoveries in Decathlete. The page also features character art of the athletes in the game at the bottom. This page continues the Decathlete Special Techniques Guide, moving on from running events to throwing and jumping. It details secret techniques for the shot put, discus throw, and long jump. For shot put, it explains how to change the throwing direction and camera angle using the shell and R buttons. A key technique is maximizing the power gauge by rapidly pressing buttons during the gauge's movement. Moving on to the discus throw, it mentions that the directional and camera controls using L and R buttons are similar to the shot put. However, it points out that the power gauge mechanics are different between shot put and discus, requiring players to adjust their technique. Lastly, for the long jump, the guide highlights how to build energy and then press the action button for the jump itself. A technique is described for adjusting the jump angle using directional buttons during the jump. The page includes screenshots showing gameplay of these events and mentions achieving a new world record in the game. It emphasizes that these techniques are about deepening your enjoyment and exploring the game beyond just aiming for records. The interview explores the creation of the mecha character, Kujaku. Designed by Mr. Kaneko and Mr. Nagata, Kujaku was intended to be a unique feminine mecha in the style of Sakura Wars. The developers aimed for a colorful and bewitching appearance. The design process began with the story and battle scenes, incorporating specific weapons. Initial concepts were developed in CG, forming the basis for the design. The color scheme, primarily red, was finalized based on various references. The placement of weapons, like the hand-mounted machine guns, was also designed in CG. Mr. Nagata emphasized the emphasis on feminine aspects and referenced Sakura Wars. They rejected using other mecha designs to achieve a visually striking and unique character. The use
The use of CG extended to the CG movie's storyboard, focusing on music and movement. The developers expressed excitement for the game's release and player experience.
This page is about a visit to Yomiuriland amusement park to try bungee jumping. It seems Abibe from the editorial team and Chibachen, an editor, are trying it out. Abe mentions that he was busy with work and got asked by Chibachen to go to Yomiuriland to refresh. Abe was nervous about the bungee jump and questioned if it was safe. The page shows their experience, with photos of them getting ready and jumping. Abebe describes the height as feeling really high, like a 7-story building, around 22 meters. He remarks on how small the air mat at the bottom looks from above. Chibachen also jumped, seemingly enjoying it. The page also talks about Yomiuriland's roller coasters, calling them a staple of amusement parks. It mentions 3 types of roller coasters: standing and loop coaster, which has a 360-degree loop; White Canyon, which is a large wooden coaster; and Bandit, which is a fast and long coaster reaching 110 kilometers per hour with a 78-meter drop offering great views. At the end, there are some promotional bits for Yomiuriland, including information on summer events and nighttime events. It encourages everyone to come and try bungee jumping at Yomiuriland. Voice recording for Lunar Silver Star Story was completed with a 17-person cast, including radio drama actors. This article previews interviews with the voice actors. This issue focuses on the main party. Akira Ishida, the voice of Agals, describes him as immature, yet dependable, like a younger brother to Luna. Kyoko Hikami, Luna's voice actress, highlights Luna's innocence and strength, hoping to portray her growth. Junko Hagimori, the voice of Null, aimed to capture his cute, energetic, and boyish personality, noting his development throughout the story. The article includes photos of the voice actors and characters. Release information indicates an autumn release from Kadokawa Shoten, priced at 6,800 yen, and is an RPG. This page features interviews with the voice actors of Lunar Silver Star Story.
Daisuke Sakaguchi, Nash, approached his role like anime, enjoying the fantasy RPG. Yoko Asada, Mia, found Mia's strong personality easy to portray, highlighting the magic scenes. Haruna Ikezawa, Jessica, enjoyed exploring Jessica's inner strength and saw her relationship with Kyle as a deep partnership. Tomokazu Seki, Kyle, liked playing Kyle's carefree attitude and appreciated his dynamic with Jessica. The article also notes the game's visual improvements and movie card support, aiming for anime-quality graphics. A release delay from summer to autumn is mentioned, attributed to the team's dedication to quality. Finally, there's a fan contest for letters and illustrations, judged by the staff and Mr. Ueoka, with prizes and promises of more voice actor content. Minigame Unknown Worlds reviews Gameware titles. Volume 1, Ijihan Detective Agency, features a hidden pose mechanic activated by a button combination in a special mode. Volume 2, Telecom Town 2, offers cheat codes for unlimited stamina, up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, C, and unlimited play in a related mode, up, up, down, down, left, right, start plus A. Both cheats are indicated by a white card meter. The GW Game Taste section defines Gameware as prioritizing immediate gameplay over narrative or production value, citing Decathlete Street as a positive example. The reviewer appreciates the simple, pick-up-and-play nature. A sidebar highlights Aquabeat Aquatix games from Mega Drive Gameware, praising its visuals and speed. Staff members celebrate the release of GW Volume 2, likely Telecom Town 2, sharing development insights and looking forward to player feedback. Producers Miyagawa and Hara discuss the game's progress, including work on GW3. The team, including Dog Starman, Kano, Matsuyama, Kawakubo, Toyota, and Hito Mi, express excitement. A digital gallery encourages fan artwork submissions for Volume 2, with Volume 3 deadlines. A column by Yasuto Higuchi praises the TV show Ponkikis for its innovative use of media, music, and talent, especially in the techno genre. The page also includes a postcard corner, soliciting reader feedback on game ideas, Mori messages, recording requests, CM predictions, and new game planning. Contact details are provided for submissions. This segment of the SEGA Saturn Internet Laboratory series focuses on making internet access easy and accessible. It introduces the MightNet prepaid service,
a modem kit and card system designed to simplify online access. Step 1 details purchasing and using a 2,000 yen MITE-net card for 100 minutes of internet time, bypassing complex contracts. Step 2 walks users through the simple registration process, showing the Saturn's interface for choosing a provider and entering user information.
A special lecture by Ms. Ryoko Izuka promotes MITE-net as a user-friendly and affordable way to experience the internet, emphasizing its ease of use. The piece concludes with information about software version updates, with Volume 1 currently available and future free updates like Volume 2 planned to enhance features and usability. This page, titled MITE-net and actually accessing various homepages. Homepage access is step 3 in the guide and shows you how to use the MITE-net service to browse the internet and access game company homepages on your Sega Saturn. It suggests using the MITE-net to explore the websites of game makers. It provides a list of popular game companies with their website URLs. For Sega's website, it highlights entertainment information and game software details. Arc System Works homepage features Wizards Harmony area information and strategy guides. Compile's website promotes Puyo Puyo Manzai CD and various goods. Smunk's homepage is described as introducing King of Fighters 96 information. Hudson's site offers game information and character pages, while Bandai focuses on Gundam models and toy information. Tommy's homepage features game information and cartoon content. The Point for Beginner and Expert section clarifies that the MITE-net card is a prepaid card for internet access, different from credit cards. It emphasizes that you can use email and news services with MITE-net on your PC as well. The page also announces that the SEGA Saturn Magazine homepage is under construction and coming soon, promising SEGA Saturn and modem-related information and encouraging readers to look forward to it. This page is all about Sega AM1's new title, Dynamite Deca, which we know internationally as Die Hard Arcade. It's highlighting this beat-em-up action game, and it seems coup play is a big focus, described as hot. They are showcasing some of the game's cool and weird enemy characters and asking players to pay attention to them. There's a section titled, What kind of enemy characters are there?, showing some in-game screenshots with comical onomatopoeia. There is also a Dynamite Deca special interview with Hirai Akira from Sega AM1's Planning and Development Department. The interview seems to be about the game's appeal and development secrets. He mentions that at the initial development stage, the goal was to create a game with expressive power that wouldn't lose out to the STV Model 2 board. He also touches upon using polygons, various camera work, and aiming for an evolution in scrolling action games. Interestingly, they discuss the title difference between Japan and overseas. In Japan, it's Dynamite Deca, but overseas it becomes Die Hard Arcade. Hirai explains that the overseas title was decided by the American team, and they support them from Japan. He also mentions that the naming process for Dynamite Deca involved the person in charge making the decision after seeing the game screen for the first time. The page ends by teasing the possibility of a Sega Saturn port and asking readers to look forward to more information. This page catalogs items in Dynamite Deca, Die Hard Arcade, categorized into weapon attack, tool, supplement, and applied weapon types. Weapon attacks include firearms with limited ammo. Tool items are melee weapons like pipes and knives. Supplements are healing items. Applied weapons are environmental objects. The page also features an interview with Hirai Akira from AM1. He discusses the game's cinematic design, aiming for accessibility for all players. He emphasizes environmental interaction as a core mechanic, allowing players to use any object as a weapon. The interview highlights the game's mission structure and the satisfaction of skillful play, concluding with a promise of future updates. This page is all about the Sega AM3 research department and their exploration of boss characters in Last Pro, which is likely referring to Last Bronx. They're focusing on the game Last Bronx Tokyo Bangaichi, and specifically detailing the 8th boss character, a mysterious red-skinned man named Red Eye. The page is a character spotlight, deeply examining Red Eye. It mentions he's the final boss, emphasizing his red skin, goggles, and golden hair as key visual features. His fighting style is said to be similar to Yoko's, but even more aggressive and unique to Red Eye. They question if there's a way to beat him, and dedicate a section to strategizing against Red Eye. The article dives into Red Eye's whole body,
suggesting a thorough analysis of his strengths and weaknesses. It seems the aim is to provide players with hints and tactics to overcome this powerful boss, encouraging players to discover these strategies for themselves to beat him. The page is full of screenshots of Red Eye in action and emphasizes the challenge he presents to players in Last Bronx. This page delves deeper into strategies for defeating Red Eye in Last Bronx. It highlights his fighting style, noting his basic moves are similar to Yoko's but more aggressive and faster. The page details his chain moves as swift and powerful, again drawing parallels to Yoko, and points out his varied and devastating throw techniques as a major threat. It emphasizes that Red Eye is the final boss fought on his home stage, underscoring the challenge he presents. Moving on, there's a Last Pro illustration corner, featuring fan art submissions for Last Bronx. Finally, the AM3 Research Department news section announces the release of a Last Bronx strategy video, Volume 4, in the SEGA official video library series, available as a VHS, and 45 minutes long, priced at 4,800 yen. They also excitedly reveal the completion of official Last Pro original t-shirts for store tournament prizes, showcasing a white tee with Last Bronx character art. They mention these t-shirts are super rare and will be used for upcoming Last Bronx store events, encouraging players to check local SEGA stores for event information. This article concludes the Gunblade NY Hard Course coverage, transitioning to score attack strategies in future installments. Hardcore Stage 3 focuses on using missiles effectively to defeat ground-based enemies. The stage's one-point lecture highlights the importance of destroying left-side containers for progress and understanding enemy patterns at locations A, B, and C. Players are advised to use missiles on the boss without direct targeting. Hardcore Stage 4, set in a nighttime New York, demands heightened awareness. Numerous ground and air enemies necessitate skillful radar use. Strategic destruction of appearing boxes is crucial for pathways. Accurate hits, particularly on the boss characters, using missiles, are paramount. The ultimate goal is a score of 10.7 million points. The article celebrates those who conquer these challenging stages. This guide offers advanced score attack strategies for Gunblade NY, focusing on two stages, Battery Park and Times Square. In Battery Park, players should aim for 16,000 points by quickly destroying container trucks, targeting energy items, and defeating at least 27 bosses. Utilize chain explosions by destroying the central armored car and environmental objects. Times Square, with a target of 6,000 points, emphasizes swift elimination of initial enemy groups around the helipad and taking down reinforcement helicopters to accumulate points efficiently, especially by defeating bosses. The guide also mentions an AM3 press event at Tokyo Joyopolis, including stage shows, staff attendance, and prize giveaways. The next issue will contain more information. Dr. Watari's Cyber Troopers Virtual-On Lecture Series Volume 10 is a special edition titled, Here is the Virtual-On Works. Led by Dr. Watari, SEGA AM3's Ear Shigeo, the focus is on the Graphic Core, Virtual-On's graphics team. The lecture introduces key team members, including Robotaku, Oji, Terrarin, Narushoi, Biotaku, Moria, Sweet Tooth, Commander Yoshi, Nagato, and possibly Oja, Bayer. Each member is described with unique characteristics. The episode also covers the Graphic Core's work, detailing their responsibilities in VR modeling, motion creation, and other visual aspects of the Virtual-On games, with a focus on Virtual-On 2. The presentation aims to highlight the team's contributions to the game's visuals. This page continues the feature, Virtual-On Works, from SEGA AMR&D Department. Number 3. Focusing on the team behind the graphics of Virtual-On. It highlights key members of the team, including Kotoki Painter, Ishigun Kao, and Software King Country. Featured team members include Miki, described as enigmatic, with his real name unknown, but knowledgeable about his joints. Marin, apparently forced into using oil-based hair products, lamenting about pillow stains. Oka-chan, a newcomer, sensing unease in the strong Aqua people. Jiro Sonoda, the software chief. He is described as battling both stomach and back pain, while still tirelessly working at his keyboard. The page also includes a section titled, Software King Country Overview, stating that the main business of Software King Country is game system construction. The citizens are always busy and seeking healing. The page concludes by mentioning that they are continuously sending nice VR designs from the depths of Saitama. This page delves deeper into the development of Virtual On, specifically focusing on the MSB system ver 3.3 and motion creation. The team talks about how version 3 of the M.B. system, the core of Virtual On, was nearly completed in about half a year, undergoing constant refinement and improvement. They initially doubted if a robot game could be popular, but focused on making it fun. Moving on to motion creation under extreme conditions, the team explains their dedication to achieving 0.1 second motion precision. They discuss the challenge of creating smooth animations, especially with the game running at 60 frames per second, and how they meticulously crafted each movement. They aimed for realistic and responsive controls, even mentioning the difficulty of balancing attack timing and defense in player versus player battles. Finally, the page touches upon the live monitor in the relay. It seems they used a 50-inch projector as a large screen for development, referring to it as a live monitor. This setup allowed them to review the game in a more immersive way, enhancing their ability to refine the visuals and gameplay. They joked that the staff was initially hesitant about this large display, but it became an indispensable tool, used for debugging, test play, and even showroom demonstrations. They conclude by mentioning that they are now in the product refinement stage, aiming for location testing and a final product release. This quiz celebrates a feature's 10th anniversary with luxurious prizes, posing 3 troubled scenarios. Question A involves a wrecked car threatening bankruptcy. Question B features a person regretting the purchase of a useless tank. Question C depicts workplace toilet vandalism causing anger. Reader feedback highlights Virtual On's difficulty, with one reader seeking advice on countering overused strategies and game balance. Another reader enjoys the magazine's content, particularly the strategic depth of games, and anticipates more strategy-focused articles, specifically mentioning the Saturn version and manual use. This page is all about the latest scoop on Virtua Fighter 3. It's Express Neo Volume 26 from SEGA AM2 Research, showing off brand new screenshots and announcing a pre-release event at Tokyo Joyopolis. The article highlights the new stage in Virtua Fighter 3, which features significant height differences, impacting gameplay strategy. They're calling it a high and low stage, a big change from VF2. It talks about how this stage changes the battle dynamic, requiring players to be more strategic with positioning and movement. There's also an interview with AM2 Department Director Hiroshi Suzuki. He's talking about how Virtua Fighter 3 is evolving from Virtua Fighter 2, especially with the new button layout and gameplay mechanics. He mentions that the initial E button layout might be a little tricky, but mastering it will open up new strategies. He emphasizes the importance of understanding positioning and the tactical advantages in VF3. He also encourages players to try out Virtua Fighter 3 at the Tokyo Joyopolis event as soon as it opens this summer. It sounds like they're really excited about the new direction and depth they're bringing to Virtua Fighter 3. This page focuses on the design aspects of Virtua Fighter 3, with interviews from key members of the design team. Kazuhito Izaki, the design director, talks about the overall design direction, covering character motion, and the general look and feel of the game. Naotake Nishimura, the stage designer, discusses the stage design, particularly highlighting the new high and low stages that introduce height variations and impact gameplay. He aimed for realism in the stage environments. Mika Kojima, the character modeler, explains how they're using Model 3, allowing for much more detailed character models with higher polygon counts compared to Virtua Fighter 2, greatly improving the visual quality and realism. All 3 designers seem very excited about Virtua Fighter 3 and are working hard to deliver a visually impressive and engaging experience that builds on the legacy of VF2 while pushing for greater realism and depth. They seem very happy with the progress and are confident in the final product. This page is focused on the new Virtua Fighter 3 arcade cabinet called Megalo 410, nicknamed Komegalo. It's presented as a new challenge for the game and hardware. The page features interviews with key people involved in its creation. Matsuno from AM4 Research discusses the hardware. He mentions the 41-inch monitor as a key feature, contrasting it with the previous Megalo 50 cabinet, while still being more compact than older large cabinets. He highlights improvements in sound and picture quality. He also mentions a Blast City type cabinet is also expected around the same time, emphasizing sound and monitor improvements in the Megalo 410 are on par with the older Astro City cabinets, keeping costs similar. Looking to the future,
He mentions potentially moving to flat panel displays in the 21st century. Nakamura from the AM2 sound team discusses sound aspects. He explains the sound has been significantly enhanced for Virtua Fighter 3. He mentions creating new speaker boxes and incorporating a three-way speaker system similar to PC setups for better sound quality and clarity, especially for players sitting close to the screen. He notes improvements in the ratio of music to sound effects in the game, with sound effects now having a larger data proportion compared to Virtua Fighter 2, leading to richer soundscapes. He also mentions changes in voice actors, aiming for a more mature and globally appealing style for character voices. This page is all about Virtua Fighter Kids for the Sega Saturn, and it's packed with cool info. The big scoop is that you can play as Duascenler, the boss character, which is awesome. They are showing you the secret button commands to unlock not one, but two versions of Dualar. A silver one for player 1 and a gold one for player 2, all done at the character select screen. The developers at AM2 seem to think everyone already knows these secret commands, even joking about it. They are really pushing how powerful Dualar is, calling it the strongest character, because it uses moves from all the other fighters. They even mention that Dualar's face changes expressions during fights, which is a neat detail. Beyond the silver and gold Dualar, there's a tease about a third hidden character called Crystal Dualar. This one is transparent and seems to be unique to the Saturn version of Kids. They describe Crystal Dualar as a mysterious figure, kind of watery and mysterious, really hyping up its special appearance in the game. The page also gives some examples of Dualar's powerful moves, like the console bomber somersault and others, showcasing just how strong this character is. This page continues the Virtua Fighter Kids special, diving into the Kids' dedicated aerial combo public square feature. It looks like they're encouraging players to get creative with combos, even running a combo breakthrough contest with a deadline of August 30th. The page is packed with combo input tables for a bunch of characters: Akira, Lau, Pai, Wolf, and Jeffrey. Instead of just listing moves, they've got screenshots showing off cool combo sequences for each character, like Akira's sequential step victory, Lau's standing/upper P, Pai's steam tower, Wolf's knee blast, and Jeffrey's knee attack. These aren't just random moves. They are explaining how to pull off aerial combos, emphasizing the kids' version's focus on strong air combat. There's a combo introduction section for each character, explaining the displayed combo, giving tips and tricks. For example, with Akira, they're showing how to transition from a dash right kick to a jump attack, useful for aerial combos. For Lau, it's about using dash punches and standing slashes to launch opponents. They even mention that with Wolf and Jeffrey, aerial combos are a bit trickier compared to lighter characters because of their weight, but suggest PK cancels to extend combos and emphasize using the splash mountain throw for Jeffrey. It seems like this page is really focused on pushing players to explore combo potential in Virtua Fighter Kids, especially the aerial aspect, and get involved in their combo contest. This page continues the Virtua Fighter Kids combo deep dive, showing off even more characters and their killer moves. We've got Cage, Sarah, Jackie, Shun, Lion, and even Dural here, each with their own combo tables and breakdowns. For Cage, it's all about the solitary falling leaf, a cool-looking combo that emphasizes his agile, ninja-like style. Sarah's section highlights the knee kick and other combos, showing off her powerful kick-based attacks. Jackie's showcasing the knee kick and somersault kick, moves that are fast and flashy as you'd expect from him. Shun's combos are based around challenge arms and moonfang strikes, really leaning into his drunken boxing style. Lion's combos like dog head rush and continuous piercing palm demonstrate his aggressive and direct approach. Finally, Dural, the mysterious boss character, is here with solitary falling leaf combos, hinting at her powerful and somewhat unpredictable moveset. The combo introduction sections for each character break down the displayed combos and give hints on how to pull them off, really pushing players to get creative and master the aerial combat that Virtua Fighter Kids is known for. It's clear they really want players to explore the combo potential and push the limits of what's possible in the game. An interview with the Virtua Fighter Kids development team reveals insights into the game's creation and Saturn port. Faced with a demanding 6-month development cycle, the team transitioned from Model 2 to STV hardware mid-project. They adjusted gameplay balance for the home console and introduced features like Kids Mode, simplifying controls. Combo Tukuru allowed combo creation, and Crystal Dural offered a special stage. The developers are enthusiastic about the Saturn version, touting enhanced graphics and sound.
They emphasize the detailed visuals and unique, visually appealing character endings. They encourage players to explore the Saturn version's extras beyond the core fighting gameplay. The Virtua Stick Pro, a premium joystick for the Sega Saturn, aimed to replicate the arcade experience. Designed with the Astro City cabinet in mind, it featured arcade-quality buttons and sticks. The layout closely mirrored arcade setups, making it ideal for games like Virtua Fighter. It included bonus extras like cards for Virtua Fighter titles. Reviewers praised its build quality and authentic feel. While one noted the button layout might be slightly wide for some, others lauded its ease of use and suitability for single player. It was considered excellent for serious players seeking a genuine arcade feel at home, perfect for games requiring precise inputs. The Virtua Stick Pro was priced at 24,800 yen before tax. This page from the AM2 Secret Information Bureau gives us an exclusive look at Virtua Surf and the character Honey Sawamura. The team are discussing Honey's design and considering giving her more facial expressions, similar to the expressive characters in the Virtua Fighter series. It seems there might be plans for a Virtua Surf telecard too. The AM2 Research Gallery section highlights fan opinions and artwork. Fighting Vipers is described as having an overseas style, while Jackie from Virtua Fighter 3 is praised as cool. New costumes are coming for Lion and Pain in Virtua Fighter 3. There are also reader illustrations showing Virtua Fighter 3 characters placed in different regions of Japan, like Akira and Kaji in Hyogo, Sarah in Tokyo, Shun-Di in Tochigi, and Lao in Hokkaido. Finally, there's a reader prize draw to win an AM2 t-shirt and a Sega Tama sticker. And in a small note, they mention a Daytona USA remix and wonder if new music might be included in it. This Sega Saturn Soft review provides pre-release impressions of two games. Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange, a racing game, received mixed reviews. While praised for its graphics and drifting, it was criticized for lacking speed and challenge. The guest game writers enjoyed the realistic mechanics, movies, and overall graphical presentation, giving it the highest score of 7/10. Nightruth-01, Yami no Tobira, an adventure game, also garnered mixed reactions. The Lady Users Group appreciated the animation and audio, while the Game Mania Group enjoyed the visuals and story. The guest game writers liked the atmosphere and character designs. Scores for Nightruth varied between 5/10 and 6/10. Both games show visually appealing qualities but had varied gameplay experiences. The next page presents reviews for three games. First up is Body Special 264, a puzzle game. The female user group enjoyed the visuals and puzzle elements, recommending it for fans with a score of 6. However, the high rollers found the tour motion straining and unclear puzzle aspects, scoring it a 7. The guest writers noted improved visuals but questioned the multiplayer fun, giving it a 4. Next is Discrimson, an action game. The female users liked the enemy evolution and sound for its bargain price, but only scored it a 3. The high rollers were surprised by the visuals, but found the monster animation clunky, scoring a 2, while the guest writers criticized the consumption failure system, where weapon and character progression resets after each stage, along with average graphics, also scoring it a 4. Finally, World Heroes Perfect, a fighting game. Female users praised its nostalgic feel and improved system, giving it an 8. High rollers considered it a perfect home port for fans and core gamers, scoring it a 7. Guest writers, recommending it as a waiting game for home use, praised its value and ease of play, suggesting it alongside other fighters like Virtua Fighter 2 and King of Fighters 95, and gave it a high score of 9. Three games are reviewed from the perspectives of female users, high rollers, and guest writers. Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldine, was praised for its graphics and pacing by female users, 7/10, but criticized by high rollers for slow gameplay, 3/10. Guest writers found it a standard RPG, 6/10. New type Kururin Pa was enjoyed by all reviewers. Female users appreciated the puzzle gameplay, 7/10. High rollers found it strategic and addictive, 7/10. And guest writers praised its innovative mechanics, 7/10. The final unnamed game received positive reviews for its visual style, world building, strategic battle system, and story. All reviewers gave it positive reviews, with scores ranging from 6 to 7 out of 10. This review covers 3 SEGA Saturn games. Chase, H.Q+, SC, a port, received mixed reviews. Female users liked the customization but wanted more. High rollers found it outdated. Guest drivers considered it a solid but basic port.
El Hazard. The magnificent world was well received. Female users praised its faithfulness to the anime. High rollers lauded the graphics and strategy. Guest drivers recommended it highly, especially for anime fans. Magic Johnson's Fast Break 96 was a decent sports title. Female users liked the controls, but wanted more customization. High rollers found it standard and lacking depth. Guest drivers enjoyed the player likenesses, but noted the limited NBA player selection. 3 software reviews are presented. Galgen, an anime-themed puzzle game, received mixed reviews. Female users found the anime girls interesting, but disliked the graphics and animation. High rollers found it too easy and simple, despite decent animation. Guest reviewers criticized its gameplay, graphics, and voice acting, deeming it unappealing. Stable Data, a horse racing data game, was poorly received. Female users wanted a more casual experience. High rollers felt it targeted serious fans, lacking excitement. Guest reviewers found it overwhelming with data and outdated, desiring visual improvements. Lastly, the SEGA Saturn modem set was praised for its ease of use, allowing users to access online services like NiftyServe and Xband. It was highlighted as a simple way for Saturn owners to get online. This page delves into the realm of secret techniques for several SEGA Saturn titles. Starting with Super Real Mahjong PVI, they reveal a cheat to jump right to the challenging third player's winning hand from the get-go. Apparently, entering a command on the title screen lets you bypass the initial stages and dive straight into tougher gameplay. Next up is Dragon Ball Z: The Legend, showcasing a stage select secret. For those itching for instant action in SP battle mode, there's a button combo to input at the title screen using X, Y, and Z buttons while holding start. Clearing just the first stage unlocks all 30 stages in SP battle, letting you experience the full roster and scenarios right away, regardless of normal progression. For RPG fans, Wizardry Vi and V2 Complete is featured with a treasure duplication trick. If you're tired of grinding for items and money, this exploit lets you repeatedly loot treasure chests. The method involves opening a chest, using the search command once, and then opening it again. By having a character hold the items, the chest supposedly respawns with more goodies, allowing for infinite item acquisition. Finally, Nights into Dreams gets a mention with a map manipulation secret. On the Dream data screen, you can actually rotate the stage map freely, using the L and R triggers to rotate left and right, and pressing both together to stop the rotation gives you a better view of the level layouts. This page details hidden tricks for several SEGA Saturn games. In Night Striker S, inputting L, X, Y, Z, R, L on the title screen unlocks Euro mode, offering stage select and laser power-ups. Metal Black features a Commander Machine mode, accessed after defeating the first boss by pressing up, down, left, right, BC, transforming your ship. For pachinko and slot games, Cranky Condor has a set hit method involving the shady button and lever manipulation for potential guaranteed wins. Additionally, a flag-setting competition mode is available by opening the command window and using specific button combinations. Finally, Donpachi's Versus Attack mode is unlocked in Score Attack mode by pressing A, B, C on the 2P controller while holding Start on the 1P controller. This mode allows for competitive 2-player gameplay. The page encourages readers to submit their own secrets for prizes. This page spotlights the band W's, who are making music for the Wizardry Gaiden IV drama CD. The band consists of Chisa on vocals and guitar, Yuka also on vocals and keys, Spark on guitar, Toru on bass, and Ikuro on keys. The band members share their thoughts, with Ikuro mentioning that wizardry music was their starting point. Chikesa feels comfortable within the unit and says working with everyone is great. Yuka talks about the interesting mix of personalities in the band, and Toru wants to recapture the youthful energy of forming a band back in middle school. They've released a drama CD special called Wizardry Gaiden IV Fetus of Evil Volume 1 Destiny and Choice, priced at 1,000 yen from Toshiba Emi, and it's already on sale. The CD includes the image song To the Truth
by UTH, and a total of 3 tracks. They're also gearing up for a live performance on August 24th at Shibuya Oast. The page also features a section called Creators Bank Volume 13, focusing on people involved in game creation. This page is showcasing a reader's present campaign from SEGA Saturn Magazine. They're giving away a bunch of cool stuff to lucky readers. First up, 20 people can win their choice of SEGA Saturn software released before July 26, 1996.
There's a screenshot from a 3D game, possibly Bug.
Next, 5 people can snag a SEGA multi-controller, perfect for enjoying those analog control games. They also have 20 Daosaif vinyl bags up for grabs, featuring artwork from the game. For Mahjong fans, 3 people can win a super real Mahjong PV bean set, featuring characters from the game. Postcard collectors can try for one of 15 Langrisser 2i postcard sets, and telecard collectors can aim for 3 Kamigokuken telecards. Below the prizes, there's a list of winners from a previous giveaway on June 14th, categorized by prize type, including software, Kyan Kyan Bunny La Miel posters, Body Special 264 jigsaw puzzles, and more, listing names of winners by region. At the bottom, there's an information section highlighting the summer game rush for SEGA Saturn, and that big titles are expected towards the end of the year. It also mentions the SEGA Saturn Magazine August 23rd issue will be released on August 9th and provides a phone number for inquiries. Finally, there's a staff credits section listing various roles and names involved in the magazine's production. This page introduces Steeldom, also known as Kutetsu Seitushi Steeldom, a 3D battle action game for the SEGA Saturn by Technosoft. The page highlights the fast-paced, action-packed gameplay, with mecha robots engaging in combat, emphasizing actions like hitting, dodging, throwing, and slashing. It boasts beautiful graphics in an original Oriental fantasy world. The game runs at a smooth 60 frames per second, promising dynamic visuals and flashy, which means flashy or impressive presentations. Steeldom is described as a fusion of versus fighting and 3D shooting game elements, creating a new genre described as Kakuto STG or Fighting STG. The release date is set for September 6th, with the standard edition priced at 5,800 yen, and a special edition with a Versus cable for 6,800 yen. The Versus cable is also compatible with HyperRev version, suggesting a feature for multiplayer battles. Below are some screenshots showcasing in-game action and character selection screens. This page is all about the Thunder Force Gold packs for the SEGA Saturn. They are releasing 2 packs, and each one is a fantastic deal for fans of the series. Gold Pack 1, coming out on September 20th, and priced at 4,800 yen, includes Thunder Force 2 and Thunder Force 2i. Gold Pack 2, scheduled for October, also at 4,800 yen, features Thunder Force IV and Thunder Force AC. These packs are described as bringing million-selling shooting games to the SEGA Saturn and include some cool extras like an original movie, bonus CDDA-arranged music tracks, and even a kids mode for newcomers to the genre. They are really pushing the value aspect, saying you get 2 games in each pack at a great low price, making them a must-buy for any Thunder Force enthusiast. This page is showcasing Virtua Fighter Kids for the SEGA Saturn. It's definitely aimed at a younger audience or those new to fighting games, with the kids moniker and chibi versions of the classic Virtua Fighter characters. The advert is energetic, exclaiming, "Come on, it's your turn!" in big, bold Japanese text. We can see screenshots of Akira and Shundi in a match, with in-game speech bubbles adding to the playful tone, like, "I'll use my special move," and "Here I come!" The advert highlights 2 game modes, Combo Practice Mode for mastering moves, and Kids Mode, described as a super easy mode for beginners. It's promoting the game's approachability and fun factor. With these simplified modes, there are also images of the Saturn console and controller, along with game cases scattered around, suggesting the breadth of games available on the system. Even though the focus is clearly on Virtua Fighter Kids, the game is priced at 5,800 yen.
Advertised as a new release and an Kyoktu action or fighting action title. Overall, the page is selling Virtua Fighter Kids as a fun, accessible fighting game for everyone on the SEGA Saturn.